Indian temple forms. I'm going to focus on this little diagram of that I hope may be shared among the participants. It's very schematically, it runs from through time down the left-hand side through the centuries CE, and from left to right from south to north geographically. Now, typology in Indian temple design is not purely a matter simply of classification, but a fundamental principle of design, in that different temple forms or types are combined together to create further types and further designs. It all goes back to the very early centuries, BCE and CE, to a set of prototypical shrine forms that of which we see evidence in relief carvings, in and certain fragments. And these would have been built in wood and roofed with thatch. And from these five prototypes, it's all going to be very condensed, but the main traditions of monumental temple architecture in India emerged certainly by the time of the Guptas around the 5th century, or began to emerge. And during that Gupta period, across central India, certain of these primitive or early prototypical shrines were combined into what we might call proto-Nagara temple architecture, which crystallized into the Latina form with its curved chikara, which combines within it the early Vallabhi form with the barrel roof and horseshoe-arched gable, a form of shrine crowned by an amalaka, and also has echoes of the multi-tiered Vamsana shrine form. And the Latina then was the classic main Nagara temple type, Northern Indian temple type, from around the 6th century onwards through to the 8th, 9th century, and continued on. And I'm going to be showing you some maps with very schematic indications of the geographical spread of these different temple forms. So you can see the Latina form of Nagara is not only Northern India, it also goes down into the south to not too far from where you are in Hampi. Another of those prototype shrine forms, the Vallabhi, becomes directly monumentalized in brick and stone. And spreads across a similar geographical area, built side by side with Latina temples, though not as common. But as we shall see, it becomes a component of those Latina, because these types are not separate. In fact, we just take an aside to Odisha, we can see this phenomenon. We have two Latina, or in Orissan terminology, Rekha Deus, at either end of this picture, and in the middle, two of the several forms of Vallabhi that Eastern Indian architecture developed, getting these successive waves of influence from central India and from Chattisgarh as well, what's now Chattisgarh, and from southern India indeed, and absorbing these and making them its own. And at the different stages, we have different forms of Rekha and different forms of Vallabhi, or Kakara, as it's called in Orissa. And typically the Vallabhi form, as we find elsewhere in India, is projected at the center of the Latina form. Then the third type, which emerges at an early stage in northern India, is the Vamsana, which is, again, is a direct monumentalization of one of these early wooden and thatched forms with multi-layered eaves. We can say that all these forms have the same architectural, they share an architectural language, and a language of moldings and the parts which go together in different ways to create them. Not far from where you're sitting, there are some Vamsana temples on the Hemakuta hill in Hampi, which are in fact not Nagara Vamsana, but what we might call Karnata Dravida Vamsana, but that's another story. Anyway, within the Nagara tradition, by the 9th and 10th centuries, what had coalesced into a unitary form of the Latina temple began to proliferate, and little miniature temples began to emerge out of the body of the main temple. And we move on to, there develops the full-blown Shekari form with its Ura Shringas, or half-embedded, half-emerging Shringas on the chest of the temple. So the Nagara tradition continues on with various survivals and revivals, continues today. And all these different forms use that Nagara architectural language. So that's an indication of the spread of the Shekari. And if you look at the mandapa roof of many of these later Nagara temples, you'll see a form like this, which is referred to, or can be referred to, as Samvarana, which is a proliferation of the Vamsana. So we get this typical pattern of the unitary form, the single form, multiplying and proliferating. And of course, alongside, in the southern part of India, there emerges the Dravida tradition, which has its roots in two different basic shrine forms. The one crowned by a domed kuta, and the one crowned by a barrel-roofed shala, which spreads throughout southern India. And again, we can speak of a Dravida language of architecture. The moldings, the components, and the ways of putting those together. Now, I'd like to move on to three different kinds of temple, which in different ways come between north and south, between the Nagara and the Dravida, and share something of both, but not all in the same way. First of all, one which is perhaps, which is not widely recognized, and which I would term the Varata on the basis of some textual evidence. And this is a hypothesis. I believe that it formed in the Vakataka matrix in what's now Maharashtra, and is the basis, or one branch of this tradition is that the kinds of temple that we see at places like Sirpur, Rajim, and so on in Chattisgarh. And this would explain the kind of, because the Maharashtrian versions will no longer exist, this would explain that gap that there is between Ajanta, Ellora, and all that, and the Yadava temples later on. And if you look at these Chattisgarh temples, and there's early evidence of their forebears at Mansar in Maharashtra, the eastern Vakataka capital, you see forms which to our eyes look northern, other ones which are southern. And in my view, that's not because they were influenced by north and south, but because the ingredients of which they are composed came from that common pan-Indian matrix, which later differentiated into Nagara Dravida. Then further down into the Deccan, we have the Vesara or Karnata Dravida, which is essentially entirely created within the Dravida architectural language, though its architects were well aware of northern forms and put miniature versions of them and certain details of them into their temples. The basic form comes out of the Dravida, which is developed in that part of India, but certainly by the 9th, 10th centuries and onwards, in a very dynamic way, where the parts proliferate, the center staggers out, the parts interpenetrate. So it's very dense, and at first sight can look a bit Nagara. So that is kind of between north and south in a different way. And the third form, which is in between, is the Bhumija, which developed in Malwa and quickly spread throughout the Deccan at the end of the 10th, beginning of the 11th century. In fact, unlike other traditions which were constantly evolving over centuries, the Bhumija seems to have been self-consciously invented around that time, not out of nothing, but principally using the Nagara language, but self-consciously including elements of South Indian or Dravida temple architecture within it. And this consciousness of mixing is made clear in the Samarangana Sutradhara, which has a detailed chapter on such temples. Then I want to end this little survey before moving on to something else by going way up north to a kind of temple which we might term Kashmir Farmsana, derived from the multi-tiered Farmsana with influences also from ancient Gandhara, the form you find throughout Kashmir and into the Western Himalayas. On its four faces, there emerges something that we could call Kashmir Vallabhi. Of course, these relate to pitched-roofed, straight pitched-roofed vernacular buildings. So you can compare that Kashmir Farmsana with Kashmir Vallabhi, with Nagara Latina, with Nagara Vallabhi emerging sometimes on the four faces. Now, my little chart is about temple traditions which are rooted in the pre-Gupta period and which flourish in the medieval period and which to some extent continue on since. Of course, other things happened after the 12th, 13th century, when what I've been showing you was already established and fully developed, though not without still with further potential for growth. But other things happened afterwards, and I don't want you to think that that little diagram contains everything. And I think it would be wrong, for example, to exclude the rich diversity of vocabulary which was absorbed from Indo-Islamic traditions into different forms of temple. And of course, in the light of the present conference, we could, if we wanted, I couldn't, but I would like to try, extend the diagram into Southeast Asia. Maybe it should be called Indic or something, I don't know. Anyway, one thing should have become clear is that typology is not something fixed, static, set in stone, so to speak, set in text, so to speak, because the texts themselves develop. And we get certain traditions, certain characteristic ways of developing, which are extremely dynamic, one particular kind of pattern stands out where you go from unity to multiplicity, and earlier forms, earlier simpler forms are incorporated into later more complicated compositions. So that if you look at a single temple, a single developed temple, the earlier stages of the tradition are there in it, and there's this enormous sense of movement as if forms are emerging and expanding out from one another, as if there's a sequence of emanating forms. What I'm showing you here is both the dynamic pattern expressed in a single temple and the successive development of important types within the Nagara tradition. And you can imagine having expanded out that they dissolve back, which will bring us on to this, another theme of the conference, the idea of things going from formlessness to form. That emanatory kind of sequence is there in the way that certain Vastu Shastra, Shilpa Shastra texts are presented, with a series of temple types which become, which emanate one from another. This is the series starting with Keshari, ending with Meru in the Aparajita Pracha, 12th century Western Indian text. Keshari has 5 andakas, and you add 4 more each time, and you get to Meru with 101. So certain principles have I hope, become clear. One is the idea that types, forms, regional varieties, including regional varieties, are become the components of composite temples, combining those types together to create further types. That these traditions do not stand still, and that growth and development, and evolution, and endless flux are part of are inherent in them, and that individual temples, especially in certain forms, have a huge sense of growth and movement within them. And that brings us on to that theme. We've covered type, evolution, and evolution. This brings us on to to one way of looking at the metaphysical concept of forms coming from the formless, from a point, a bindu, all containing. Forms come into existence, into manifestation, and further emanations grow out from those. The architecture allows us to think about these kinds of metaphysical idea in a very concrete way. And I want just to end with just a quick aside, a quick mention of the potential of an architectural understanding of Indian temple architecture, which is not to deny the value of sociological and historical and other ways of looking at the temple. But if we work hard to learn the temple forms and understand the vocabulary, one of the things we can do is reconstruct lost designs from fragments of ruined temples. And if there aren't enough pieces actually to literally reconstruct, we can reconstruct the designs on paper, and we could also put together the architectural pieces at temple sites in a way that makes sense of them and becomes meaningful and allows further research. And last of all, I want to show how lost designs, very, very briefly, how lost or unbuilt designs, as well as built ones, can be found in the canonical Sanskrit texts. And by understanding the architecture, we can draw the intended buildings from those texts and understand, for example, the modular proportions. These are two Dvitala Vimanas drawn from chapter 7 of the Deept Agama. And I've had the privilege and pleasure of working with Kailash Rao the last few years, and by kind permission of ASI, Kailash has been developing these amazing, incomparable photogrammetric models. And this is showing how, from one of those, we can, by understanding the principles in the text, we can then use that as a way of analyzing this perfect elevation of the temple and finding the principles of the modular proportions. And I know I've never found myself a temple that corresponds exactly to a text. I don't think it's like that. But the texts do show us the way to analyze the temple, in this case, in terms of its proportions. And lastly, another of Kailash's models, and my drawing from chapter 64 of the Samarangana Sutradhara on Bhumija temples, where a Saptabhumi, 7-Bhumi Bhumija temple is described. And the text gives us a clue that tells us that if you divide this initial square of the plan into 19, and then 3 of those modules will make a small circle which will go 28 times round the big circle which surrounds the square of the plan.
Professor Hardy, I just beg to...
So you might have thought, I used to think that the Udayeshwara Temple at Udaipur was 32 points, but the proper measurements and the clues from the text showed me that it was 28. And do I hear someone telling me I should finish? I've nearly finished. So it's 28 points. If we look at the elevation again, the text the temple does not follow the text exactly, but the text shows us how to look at it, and we can analyze the proportions. And I would say in this case, temple architects improved on the ideas in the text. And just one last observation, that little gold thing at the top, the tip of the finial, is beyond the 34 bhagas of the elevation. Does that mean I got it wrong in the analysis? Or, just by the way, notice that this perfect-looking temple isn't quite vertical if you trace the vertical line up the middle. Anyway, this little tip, why is it beyond the 34 bhagas? Could it be, this is a hypothesis, I'm just suggesting, could it be that it's an akasha linga, an ethereal linga, which is beyond measure and therefore beyond form and preceding the world of manifest creation? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Hardy, and thank you all for listening. It was a very illuminating and elucidating talk, especially on the development of shikhars throughout the ages. I now invite Professor Ajit Kumar for presenting his talk.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Vidyavati Madam, DGASI, for this invite to this conference. There are a whole lot of friends, colleagues, and students in this gathering. So thank you for being part of this conference, and also Dr. Nambirajan, who invited me to this conference. Thank you, and I start off my presentation because I've been given 20 minutes and I hope I can finish it within the stipulated period. My presentation is titled Temples of Kerala with special reference to mural paintings and the Shasta and Ayyappa images. Temples, actually, if you think it out in religious terms, the earliest remains of religious order from Kerala would be the petroglyphs, which are located in the Edakal shelter in Wayanad Taluka and Wayanad district. The structural temples may have existed in Kerala from very early times, but there is a reference to it in Shilapadakaram, which is dated to around 2nd century AD, that Chera king Singhutuan had invited Gajabahu, who was the king of Sri Lanka, during the installation of a Kannaki image or a Patni Devi image at Vanchi or Thiruvanchikulam, which was the capital of the Cheras, which is located in Kodungalur region. And this happens to be a strong benchmark as far as the time is concerned because of this invitation, and Gajabahu is dated to 2nd century AD and in Sri Lankan records. And a map which is known as Pudanga tables also has indication, or there is a place marked as Muziris, and in this place there is also a temple which is marked to Augustus. So there was a Greco-Roman habitation also, because Pattanam, this Muziris, this area was an important Greco-Roman trading center. So obviously there must have been settlement of the Greco-Romans at this place of Kodungalur or Vanchi, and that resulted in having a temple for Augustus at Muziris. And these temples may have been of perishable material, and these structural temples may have coexisted with the hypothetical or open air shrines or grooves or cave, which are actually dedicated to various other indigenous deities like Nagas, Yakshis, and Shastas, etc. So these open air shrines coexist with the structural temples even to date. So these temples also must have existed in the past also. And coming to structural temple of architecture, the stone, the extensive use of stone in construction or structural constructions of temples start during the Ayachera period around 8th-9th century. And this Ayachera dynasty temple activity is almost coeval with the Pallavas and Pandyas who were ruling in the Tamil region. And the first and the monumental work on an analysis of the temples of Kerala was done by H. Sarkar in his monumental work Temples of Kerala, and he has divided the temple architecture in Kerala into 3 periods: early, middle and late phase. Some of the early temples are of the rock cut type, and they include rock cut mandapas or a pillared frontage or a pillared veranda with a cellum or a sanctum cut in the bank wall or the side walls. So this type is also there. A simple cell cut into rock surface is also found in certain places, where in south today it was part of ancient South Travancore, but today it's in part of Tamil Nadu. So if you take ancient Kerala, which was extended into parts of Kanyakumari district, we have some of these early representations or early temples cut in stone concentrated around that region because of the natural rock formation that in that particular region. Now, if you can divide this rock cut caves into 2 groups. One is the southern group, which I said is in the Kanyakumari region, and we have also a few temples in central Kerala region or central Travancore region cut into granite. Granite is a very hard medium, and the temples here show an influence of the Pandyas. And the temple on the left top is Tirunandikara Temple, where you have a pillared porch in front, and here the Sanctum Sanctorum is cut into the side wall so that it faces eastern direction. There are also small cells or just a small square chamber cut into the rock surface like at Aragapandapuram, which enshrines a Vishnu image. There is also a symbol boulder at Vizhinjam, which is partially cut. It is incomplete, with 2 sculptures of Shiva on the frontage or on the facade. And in Trivandrum district, district, you have Madurpara, which is also of the similar type, which has got a pillared porch and a Sanctum Sanctorum cut into its back wall. And Kotugal is another place where a large boulder has been, where two small cells have been cut into the rock surface. Here you can see both the pillared variety and also a small cell cut into it with a Ganesh idol inside, and also a small shrine cut directly into the rock surface enshrining Shiva Linga. So all the generally all the caves that are noticed in Kerala are of the Shaivite order. There are two caves which have Vishnu images in them, but generally they are all dedicated to Shaivite faith. Can I have the previous one? Previous one. Previous. Yeah. The most intact example of a rock cut cave in central Travancore region is the one at Kaviyur, and this has got a veranda in front, and there are few sculptures of a doorkeeper and probably a donor and a saint represented in the veranda wall, and in the back wall in the Sanctum Sanctorum you have the Garbhagraha cut in Garbhagraha with the Shivalanga, again rock cut Shivalanga inside. So here you in this particular cave, the sculptures which are noticed are quite similar to the one which are noticed in Veerashikhamani and Kurandar Kovil in Kanyakumari, Tirunelveli district or Tamil Nadu, and that's why I said that the tradition in Kerala seems to have borrowed its stylistic elements from the Pandyas, this thing. And also it is from literature, it is very clear that Pandyas had a hegemony over the region of the southern Travancore, or up to the Pamba river was in the hegemony of the Pandyas, because in Periplus of Uruthiran Sea it is written that the southern region was with the Pandyas. So Pandyas, whenever the Chera rule got weakened in Malanadu, the Pandyas and the Cholas kept their incursions into the southern part of Kerala. So that is why this commonality of style is basically noticed. Coming to structural temples, actually in Kerala we have a typical tradition. It's not the royalty which actually makes donation for the construction of temples or go into building of temples as such. Medieval temples are actually vested with the Ural or the villages themselves. So certain temples in medieval Kerala, they are known as Kshetra Sanketams, or the temple is actually, it's a collective responsibility of the whole community present in the village, and there used to be a committee which used to be looking after the affairs of the temple proper. And there used to be Brahmins, and there used to also be the villagers who participated in this committee, and there was also a military chieftain who looked into the welfare or the protection of this temple and the temple property. And kings and other wealthy people only made donations towards the upkeep of these temples. So there are very few temples, or are hardly known temples, which have been directly supported or constructed by the royal chieftains themselves. So it's largely these temples are a common property of the whole village, with the Nambudiris and other and the people of the temple folk, and also chieftain trying to administer and as well as give the protection to the temples. So these temples or these sanketams, if the kings or the chieftains wanted to have a right over this, they used to provide, or they used to donate land and other things to the temple in order to get melkoima or certain rights or privileges in that particular temple. And these temples and this temple property was never attacked by the local chieftains in their feud. It is only during Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali's period that many of these sanketams came to be invaded or came to be encroached by other people, and they came to be looted. It's not that only Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan made this incursion. There were also certain local kings who made such incursions into these protected areas and looted their wealth. So Sanketams were actually more of temple property, and with the 1976 Land Ceiling Act coming into being, many of the temple property which was either with the Brahmins or which was given to cultivation to other communities actually went into the went out of the control of the temple administration, and that is how many of the temples came to be, you know, falling into drier conditions, and also the temple land was lost in this process. Now, like I said, if you examine inscriptions, we have evidences that 8th, 9th century onwards, we have structural activity coming up in temple activity coming up in ancient Kerala. And they could be basically square, elliptical, rectangular, or upsidal in plans. And whatever is the exterior plans, the Sanctum Sanctorum, which enshrines the main idol, would be always square, typical Alpa Dravida or Dravida type. Now, if you examine certain terminological usage, Kerala also has certain typical usages, because Kerala has got a mixture of the true Dravidian and also certain elements which is added upon by the climatic and geographical factors of Kerala also have contributed to certain designs in the temple architecture. So it is sometimes known as Kerala Dravida also, and they have also been given certain vernacular names, like you have double enclosures. The outer enclosure is known as Purammadil or outer wall, which have been provided with 4 entrances in cardinal directions. Then you have an inner protective enclosure, which is known as the Agate Balibatam, and in the center of which you have the Sri Kovil or the Sanctum Sanctorum inside. So this is protected by an alambalam. The outer enclosure surrounding the Sri Kovil is known as Chutambalam. And this Chutambalam also would have a Velakamadam or a lamp lighting area outside the temple. And if you look into the structural elevation, they comprise of an Adhisthana, which is generally built of laterite, the Bhitti, because granite is not very plentifully available in coastal regions as well as in the midland regions of Kerala. You notice that the Bhitti portion the wall portion is normally made in lateritic bricks or lateritic blocks. And laterite is not a very good medium to carve sculptures, so the sculptural works are compensated in wood, and the temple walls are also adequately painted to compensate for the sculptural activity. Some of these roofs were actually thatched. Subsequently, they were either covered with copper sheets or sometimes tiles, small tiles, and it is only from the 19th century onwards that Mangalore tiles become a popular roofing material in these temples. All the roofs are of gable type or sloping roofs, whether it is in circular or in gable type. They have basically sloping roofs because of the high rainfall that happens in the region. And like I said, the sculptural work is limited in stone. Now, in certain areas, like in southern Travancore, which is closer to Tamil Nadu, which I said was constantly invaded by Pandyas and Cholas, as well as in the Palakkad Gap region, Palakkad district, you notice that there are a few temples which are made in the typical Dravidian style in this thing. The one at the top left is Parthavya Shekharapuram. Here you have an inscription of the Aya Chera king. So this temple is built in the typical Dravida style. The one in the lowest slide is a temple which existed at Vizhinjam. This is actually now demolished because of the growth of that particular tree. And Kattalmadam and the one in Trivandrum district. These are the ones which you have in typical Dravidian. So this is the typical layout of temple of Kerala. You have the Chutambalam, and inside area is the Nalambalam. In the center you have the Sanctum Sanctorum, which is the Sri Kovil. You have a detached Namaskara Mandapa towards the front, and you have deities represented in Bali, as known as in Balikalu, along the inner circumambulatory where daily rituals are concerned. Tevarapura is the place where actually the food is prepared for the divinity concerned. Most of the gopurams or the nadas, which it is known as, which is placed in cardinal directions in the outer wall, have the typical gabled roof Kerala style of architecture. Next one. Oh, sorry. These are the temples, the square and planned ones. I said in whether it is square Internally, you have the Sanctum Sanctorum, which is which houses the deity, will be always square in plan. These are the typical square temples. With the exterior walls, you can notice that Adhisthana is done granite, and the wall is done at lateritic stone and also stucco work, and sometimes it is also painted. This is the Garbhagriha, and in front you have the detached Namaskara Mandapa. Circular temples, it can be a single tiered or double tiered gabled roof circular temples are noticed. According to the height of the temple, if they want to increase the height of the temples, the pillars are provided in the interior so that they could raise up the roof of the upper stories. Absidal temples, these are very few. The one on the right side is from Madhur, which is in Kasaragod district. It has an influence of the Tulunad architecture or the southern Karnatakan architecture reflected here. Their temples in absidal plans are rare. Sometimes you have them erected during the late period for Shasta. Now there are certain very large temples where you notice all the three styles, where it is square, then you have absidal and also circular in the same Nalambalam or Sanctum Sanctorum. The granite work is generally only seen towards the Adhisthana and the Pranala and the Bhuta which carries the Pranala. These are only some of the very few sculptures which you notice in granite. Either it is the Dwarapala or it is actually the Bhuta Ganas, or in the main deity which is enshrined in the Sanctum Sanctorum. Sometimes you notice exquisite working on the Sopana flanks also. But these are, however, from the 11th century onwards only you notice such decorations. Sometimes you also notice decorations on the Bali Kallu or Bali stones. And this Vyalamali is typical, you notice them generally after the Chola period in Chola incursions in South Kerala. Stone work is compensated by wood. You have very intricate working on wood, either covering in the ceilings or also sometimes the whole wall is actually done in wood and with carvings. This is from a temple in Kerala, Vazhapalli, where you notice the whole wall rising above the granitic Adhisthana is done in wood with carvings. Now coming to murals, there are references to paintings in Sangam literature and how after a war chariot passing through, there is a description that the whole paintings were covered with dust and things like that. And if you examine the mural traditions in Tamilagam, I think some of the earliest ones go to Pallava and Pandya period. And the early paintings from Kerala reveal that artists concentrated on divinities rather than scenes from epics. And the early ones are actually stylistically similar to the Pandya and Chola traditions of paintings. Kerala murals with the typical Kerala mural style or the typical Kerala mural idiom comes to existence around 16th, 17th century according to inscriptions which we can notice in certain paintings. And this is basically due to 2-3 factors. One is the Bhakti movement which came into being during this period. There was also some translations of the Ramayana and Mahabharata into Malayalam, and Malayalam itself started composing a lot of Bhakti literature, and these elements which were reflected in the epics come to be incorporated as stories in our themes into the mural painting. So it's only in later period paintings that you notice concentration of stories from the epics. The temple murals are done on lime plaster over the lateritic wall. The lateritic walls is finished off with lime plaster, then fine plastering is done, over which you have the outline drawn in red ochre, and then colors, natural colors are used with adhesives, and then it is mixed and then painted onto the wall surface. So the technique is where you have mural paintings done on dry surface, and it is also known as fresco stucco technique. Can I have the previous one? Okay, next one. Now these are the paintings which are from Tirunandikara cave. Tirunandikara cave, as I said earlier, it is now in Kanyakumari district, and you can notice the paintings. There is the paintings are tremendously damaged. There is one Ganesha image and also a female figure which is noticed in the particular, and the ceiling you have decorations of certain lotus flowers. This is actually quite, this is in Sittanavasal, paintings from Tamil Nadu, and you notice that stylistically they quite match well with the paintings which are, this is, Sittanavasal is also dated to Pandya period, and this is from Mamiur. And here also you notice that the concentration is on the divinities painted, and some of these divinities, especially in their style, matches the ones which you noticed earlier. Now these are Chola paintings, again from the big temple at Tanjavur. And you can see the comparison between the one which you notice in Padmanabha temple at Kumbala and the ones which the ones on the right are the paintings which you notice in Padmanabha temple at Kumbala, which is in Kasaragod district. And you can also observe the similarity which it carries with the Chola paintings, especially in the eye treatment of the eyebrows, the eyes, the headgear, and the coiffure. These treatments, draw similarity to the ones which you notice in Chola period. Because Cholas had actually encroached into or had conquered this particular region, and we have evidence of inscription from the region. So it's possibly during this incursion period that you get this particular style being borrowed. Now this is from Etumano temple. Here you have an inscription which is dated to 1545. So 16th century, you have the typical Kerala idiom which is coming into being. And many of the things which you noticed, it is not, especially the coiffure, costume which you noticed on these deities represented are not actually the local element. But these particular ornamentations and traditions have been borrowed from the temple performances like Kudiyatam and Nangyar, which had this traditional, they had incorporated Sanskrit works and epics and Ramayana stories into them, and their dressing style is actually incorporated in or taken or borrowed into the painted forms which you see in the typical Kerala style. Now this temple is dated to 17th century, 1691. Based on inscriptions, you can notice the stylistic variations, the over ornamentation, the over decoration, and crowdedness of the painting continues. In the same temple, sometimes you can notice more than one styles also being prevalent because it's done over a period of time. This is from 1750 from Padmanabhapuram temple. And sometimes without inscriptions, you can also use certain material like the Baker rifle model, which is seen in paintings. And Baker rifle models was built and started to manufacture in 19th century, so you can probably understand that particular. Nataraja scenes, Shiva, Narasimha, Vishnu, Sri Rama.
Sorry for interrupting you, Professor Kumar, but then we have time constraint.
I haven't reached my topic. Anyway, I think it's got stuck or whatever. It's over? Presentation has got stuck, I guess.
It's a heavy file, so it's just...
Okay. Yeah, I know.
We always feel like sitting and keeping on discussing.
Anyway, since it has got stuck anyway, and my time runs out, so anyway, thank you for allowing me to present this. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Professor Kumar. And really sorry because I can understand how it feels. It's very, very unscholarly even to interrupt you, but I'm sorry for the time constraint. Professor Chitra Madhavan is already with us online. I would now request Professor Chitra to join. Welcome, Professor Chitra.
You're not able to hear me. Can you hear me now, please? Okay.
Hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, just one second. Small
Cannot
problems,
see you.
tech problems here. Hold on.
Have you turned on your camera, ma'am?
Yes, it's turned on. Only one second. Yeah, now? Yeah. Can you see the presentation also now?
We cannot see you, neither your presentation. For a brief minute, and then again it's gone.
Let me try again. Otherwise, I think you can please go on with the technique, because this is going to be too difficult out here.
Okay, ma'am. You were seen. Yes, you have gone off again. No, we cannot see. Yes, now again you are there. Yes. Your desktop is there. Yes. Priyank to please keep trying. Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
carry on?
Please.
Okay. At the outset, my thanks to the DG, ASI, for inviting me to this conference, and my apologies to everybody who's listening, because I had a whole lot of technical glitches for the last 1 hour. I'm sorry I'm coming in late. The topic of my presentation is temple architecture, development of temple architecture in Tamil Nadu. And I understand that I will not be doing full justice to this topic simply because of the time constraint. However, I have chosen some monuments that are very important, and I will be presenting only those. Like in most parts of India, in Tamil Nadu as well, these temples were made of perishable material or of brick, wood, etc., and perhaps supplemented with metal, and therefore we don't see them today. We only read about them in the literature that is available. Now, one of the earliest stone temples that we have in Tamil Nadu is in a place called Mandakapata, which is in Virupaksha district, and it is a rock-cut cave temple. This is how it looks under the protection of ASI, of course. And this was created in the time of Mahendravarman Pallava in the 7th century. Coming close on the heels of the cave temples of the Chalukyas, which were in sandstone, here in the northern part of Tamil Nadu, in the Pallava jurisdiction, this was in all probability the very first cave temple. And in it we find an inscription of Mahendravarman in Sanskritam, in the Grantha script, which is, as I quote, Etad anishtikam adrumam aloham ashuddham vichitra chittena nirmapitam Brahmeshwara Vishnu Lakshita Yatanam. That is, this temple was made without brick, metal, mortar or wood, and therefore stone by Mahendravarman himself, created in the time of Mahendravarman, in which he gives his title as Vichitrachitta. So this is a landmark monument with a landmark inscription that we have over here. With the very typical Mahendravarman Dwarapalakas, and this is in granite, originally meant for Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, with the deities not there today. A very typical stance of the Mahendravarman era Dwarapalaka. From there we go to a place called Tiruchirappalli, Trichy in short, where there is this rock fort, Malaikottai in Tamil, atop which we have another very exquisite cave temple of Mahendravarman with the typical pillars of his style of architecture and sculpture. And in it we find one of the loveliest panels of his era of God Shiva as Gangadharamurthy. And flanking this sculptural panel on either side, on the pilasters, we have again an inscription in Sanskritam in the Grantha script. And this is believed to be a composition of Mahendravarman himself. And we understand that this cave temple was very clearly his from the architectural features, the sculptural features, and also because of this inscription. Clear advancement in the style of temple architecture, cave temples, comes about in the reign of his son Narasimhavarman, also in the 7th century. When we go across to Mamalapuram and we see how the form of the pillars change, and very quickly going back, this is how the Mahendravarman era pillars are, and this is how the Narasimhavarman era pillars are. So this is now called the Varaha cave temple for the simple reason that this is the Varaha Murti, a very beautiful sculpture over here. Not and also wonderful Vamana Trivikrama that is over here. We cannot forget the cross-cultural exchanges that happened between the Chalukyas and the Pallavas, and going now to cave 2 in Badami, where there is a image of Trivikrama, and also to cave 3 in Badami, Chalukyan era, where there is another image of Trivikrama, just preceding those of the Pallava cave temples. So we are back to the Varaha cave in Mamalapuram. So from the Mahendravarman time to the time of Narasimhavarman, more sculptures, exquisite sculptures adorning the cave temples of Durga with 2 of her devotees offering one his head and the other his arm to the warrior goddess. A little more advancement in the cave temple tradition comes from the Mahishasuramardini cave temple, dedicated to Shiva, but so called because of a amazing panel of Mahishasuramardini over here. This is so well known, it needs no explanation. But what marks this temple as somewhat of an advancement is the front row of pillars and another 2 pillars there, and then the Garbhagriha set a little more deep inside than the Varaha cave. Mahishasuramardini, one of the grandest panels ever, and with a lot drawn from literature, from the Devi Bhagavatam over here. Her stance, everything, unparalleled workmanship. And on the opposite side of this panel, in complete repose, again from the Devi Bhagavatam, is this image of God Vishnu, surrounded by the Ayudha Purusha, Sudarshana, the Panchajanya, the Kaumodiki, sage Markandeya, in all likelihood, Bhudevi, and Madhu and Kaitaba, the two demons who had come to attack Vishnu, completely in Yoga Nidra. So this is the Mahishasuramardini cave temple, from where we proceed to a slightly later period, again cave temple in Mamallapuram, now called the Adi Varaha cave and still in active worship, an artist's rendering of Varaha, Bhuvaraha, as he is in the main sanctum today. And what we have here are portrait sculptures of the Pallava kings, whether this is Mahendravarman the first or Mahendravarman the second. It's controversial, so I won't go into it. And this is Simha Vishnu or perhaps Narsimhavarman. Portrait sculptures are there. In the time of Rajasimha Pallava, Narsimhavarman II, 8th century, in a place called Saluvan Kuppam, famously known as Tiger's Cave, a few kilometers from Mamallapuram, we have what is called the Atirana Chandeshwara Cave Temple. And why this is important is because, like all Rajasimha period and even earlier Shiva cave temples, you have the Somaskanda Murti at the back. The Shivalinga is of course much later here. And on one side, you have the titles, the Biridas of King Narasimhavarman II Rajasimha in the Grantha Lipi, Sanskrit language, and also in the Nagari Lipi, Sanskrit language. So this is what this Atirana Chandeshwara cave temple is very well known for. Not to forget the Pandyas, whose cave temples can be dated even prior to those of the Pallavas. I'm just showing you one. This is the Narasimha cave temple, and this Narasimha image is actually part and parcel of the rock itself, as in the case of most cave temples. This is the Anamalai hill, so called because it looks like an elephant. Anai in Tamil is elephant. And this is a temple that has been much modernized, and we can hardly see the cave because there are so many modern sculptures that have come in front. And the 7th century inscription that is there, which gives full proof that it belongs to the Pandyan period and it belongs to this 7th century. So going a little forward from the cave temple tradition, and this is well known of course, especially for those in Tamil Nadu and rest of South India, we go to the monolithic tradition, and the 5 so-called rathas, the wrong name to give, are there in Mamallapuram. The one for Draupadi, which actually is a temple for goddess Durga with her Vahana in front. The one called Arjuna Ratha for Shiva, the Rishabha at the back, very clearly being proved to show that though this is not finished, it was for Shiva. The Bhimaratha for Anantashayi Vishnu, which again clear proof that these monoliths were carved from top to bottom, with the lower portion being unfinished. The Dharmaraja Ratha for God Shiva, with a lovely portrait sculpture of the king, in all likelihood Narasimhavarman the first, Mamalla, and what is called the Nakula Sahadeva Ratha could be for Subramanya or perhaps for God Indra, with the Gajaprishta rear, and the Pallava sculptors being so brilliant that they carved 2 stones right next to each other, one into a Gajaprishta Vimana and the other into a Gaja with its Prishta in the same direction, so that even without any inscriptions, one could easily follow that this was the type of architecture that they were doing. We go to a place called Kalugumalai down south in the Pandyan territory, and while the monoliths of the Pallavas are extremely well known, the monolith that is there of the Pandyan period unfortunately is not very well known. So carving into the granite rock from top to bottom, they created this absolutely exquisite monolith to have been for Shiva, but it was not completed and resembles Kailash of Ellora, though that is a UNESCO World Monument and this is not. One unique feature of this temple is a very rare, unique sculpture of Dakshinamurti playing the Mridanga Dakshinamurti. And this is the brilliant workmanship of the Pandyan period. We go now to the structural stone temples. There may have been some before the Shore Temple in Mamalapuram, but I'm just showing you this of the period of Narasimhavarman II Pallava, better known as Rajasimha. So putting stone upon stone upon stone, this tradition comes into being from the 8th century AD. Unfortunately, very weather worn as it is next to the sea, and it graduates into, in the same era of the same king, into the very famous Kailasanatha Temple in Kanchipuram. The campus becomes bigger, row of 58 sub-shrines comes into being, and many sculptures drawn from our Puranas, including, though I'm not showing it now, very nice sculpture of Shiva fighting with Arjuna. That is from this famous work of Bharavi, the Kiratarjuniyam, because Bharavi was in the court of the Pallavas in Kanchipuram, and in all likelihood, the Kiratarjuniyam was composed over here. So these are the dance sculptures, Rajasimha being a very great patron of music and dance that you have in the Kailasanatha Temple. The Urva Tandava, Nandikeshwara, and a Shivagana dancing by the side. And also some remnants of painting still being available. From there, the next level of temple architecture in Tamil Nadu, we can see, and I am sharing a scanned picture from the book of Alexander Ray. This is the Vaikuntha Peramal temple in Mamalapuram, originally known as Parameshwara Vishnugraham, Parameshwara Vinnagaram, as it was built in the time of Parameshwara, better known in history as Nandivarma II Pallavamalla, the prince who came to the throne at the age of 12. And this is very much like the Dharmaraja Ratha. So that is a monolith, and this is a structural temple in 3 stories. At the bottom, Vishnu is seated. In the middle, he is reclining. In the top story, Vishnu is standing. So this is how the Vaikuntha Peramal temple looks. It is also one of the 108 Divya Deshams, meaning that the Alvars or the great Tamil devotees of Vishnu came here. It was Tirumangai Alvar, a contemporary of Nandivarman II, Pallava, who came and has eulogized the deity in this temple. So we now go to the Chola period, and among the very early Chola temples, this is a gem. Among many gems, this is a gem. This is the Brahmapurashwara Temple in Pullamangai, in the news recently because the ASI has taken it up for conservation. This Shiva temple, a small 9th century temple of the time of Parantaka Chola I, and is known for its very, very lovely miniature sculptures like this. Many themes are there from the Ramayana, and also other sculptures of dancers, musicians, all kinds of floral geometric patterns, many of God Shiva in his Tandava poses, etc. Going on to, this needs no explanation, the Raja Rajeshwaram, Brihadishwara Temple in Tanjavur, UNESCO World Heritage. So in Tamil Nadu, the complete evolution of the Gopuram architecture can be seen. But there are many who go to the Tanjavur temple and don't realize there are many structures here that do not belong to the time of Rajaraja Chola. The Gopurams do, the Grand Vimanam does, but the sanctum of goddess Parvati, Brihannayaki here, belongs to the Pandyan times. The Nandi Mandapa belongs to the Nayak times. The Ganesha Sannadhi belongs to the Maratha times. The Subramanya shrine belongs to the Nayak times again. So many parts of this temple, like in many, many temples of Tamil Nadu, were added at different periods. So this is basically an amalgam of very many different types of architecture that you see. This is Nayak period, 16th, 17th centuries. And the inscriptions over here, more than 100 in number, approximately 60 belonging to the Chola times, and the rest to later periods, throw so much light. So slowly the number of inscriptions in temples is also increasing. The paintings are too well known to even be talked about. Gangaikonda Cholapuram, slightly different in shape, much ruined, and these are some of the pictures I have. And back to its glory because of the Archaeological Survey of India. Very well known for its sculptures, as much for its architecture, but number of inscriptions being very, very less, though there is an inscription of the Gaharwala dynasty over here. And I know I'm running out of time, I'll just go a bit fast. The Dharasuram temple, 12th century Chola, again among the great grand UNESCO temples, among the great living Chola temples, miniature, rata shaped like this, and it is from here, very clearly Dr. C. Shivramurthy says, the architecture of making a temple like a rata went from here to Kalinga, and then came about the Sun Temple. So the Cholas actually surpassed many others in making temples like rathas, including the famous Shandapani temple in Kumbakonam, many others as well. So the Mantapa, the Rajagambhira Mantapa of this temple is full of miniature sculptures, very clearly influenced by the Hoysalas, but this being granite, this is what they could achieve, and that is a lot of achievement in the ceiling, etc. So the Sun Temple, which came about much after the Airavateshwara Temple in Dharasuram, cross over to where you all are sitting now, and where unfortunately I am not, the Tungabhadra, and then we go to this wonderful place called Hampi, which gave to South India so much safety and security starting from 1336 onwards. And then Vijayanagara spread its jurisdiction to various parts of South India, including Tamil Nadu. Much happened. So when we go into the very grand Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangam, which covers so many acres and is the greatest, which is the biggest living temple in the whole world, the successors of the Vijayanagara emperors in Tamil Nadu, the Nayaks, there are many Nayaks of Tanjavur, of Madurai, of Senji, Vellore, etc. They contributed a lot to the architecture of this part of the country, and the base of one of the tallest gopurams in India, the tallest gopuram in Tamil Nadu definitely, the base belongs to the Nayak period, the superstructure having been built later. So the Vijayanagara rulers and their successors, the Nayaks, added a plethora of mantapas, starting from 4-pillared mantapas up to 1,000-pillared mantapas in so many of the temples of Tamil Nadu. Hardly is there a temple, I think, without a touch of either Vijayanagara or Nayak architecture or sculpture. So this is the outer row of pillars of the 100-pillared hall, Nayak period, in the Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangam, and the 1,000-pillared hall also that is there of the same era. Krishnadevaraya's magnificent gopuram adorns the temple of Ekamranatha in Kanchipuram. This is clearly Krishnadevaraya's, as is also of the Vijayanagara vintage, the East Gopuram of the Varadaraja Swami temple. From Achyutaraya's time, we have this 100-pillared mantapa in the Varadaraja Swami temple in Kanchipuram, with beautiful stone links and all. We go to Manargudi, the famous Rajagopala Swami temple, where Nayak architecture, this is the world's biggest temple tank, Pushkarini incidentally, and where the temple Gopuram and most parts of the temple belong to the Nayak period as we see it today. Meenakshi Temple Madurai needs no introduction to anybody, a very ancient Pandyan period temple, but because of the devastating invasions that came about from the north, much of this temple was destroyed, and it was left to the Nayaks to completely rebuild this temple, and it is their architecture. The Nayaks of Madurai contributed splendidly to this temple, and we have these many gopurams, some belonging to the Pandyan times, many belonging to the Nayak times, and incidentally, it is the west gopuram of the Madurai Meenakshi Temple, that is a Pandyan period 13th century gopuram, that is the symbol of the state government of Tamil Nadu and not the Srivilliputtur gopuram as is mistakenly understood today. So the Nayak's contribution is immense by way of gopurams, by way of prakarams, by way of pillars, Nayak era pillar, all these belonging to the Nayak times. We go to Thiruvannamalai, where again the outermost, the tall, very, very tall, soaring gopuram of the Thiruvannamalai temple belongs to the Vijayanagara Nayak times. and their contribution to this temple is also immense, as was their contribution to the Chidambaram temple. The North Gopuram is said to have been constructed in the reign of Krishnadevaraya. There it is. So the other Gopurams belong to the Chola times, but many additions have also been made to this temple. All these are Chola era Karana sculptures from the east and the west Gopurams of the Chidambaram temple. The last few slides that I have are from the Vadapatrashahi temple in Srivilliputtur, deep down south in Tamil Nadu. And if ever there was a very, very elegant Gopuram with the backdrop of the Western Ghats in this very small town, it has to be from the Nayak era of the 17th century. And this is the Srivilliputtur Gopuram. Well, while these may be the main styles of temple architecture in Tamil Nadu, dynasties like the Hoysalas who came in briefly have also left their mark. For example, if we go into the Ranganatha Swami temple in Srirangam and we walk into one of the many Krishna sub-shrines there, one of which is the Venugopala Swami Sannadhi, that sanctum, that little temple was constructed in the Hoysala times. And into most temples that we go, especially the bigger temple complexes of Ranganatha Swami or Chidambaram or Tiruvannamalai, Ekamaranath Swami, Varadaraja Peramal Temple in Kanchipuram, etc., many more, we have to understand that we are going to be seeing different, very, very different styles of architecture inside one campus itself. And so this brings to a conclusion my very brief talk. I just want to say that this is such a entire spectrum of different styles of architecture that we see here. An untrained eye will clearly not be able to differentiate between Pandyan period or a Chola period or Nayak period structure when they go into a temple, but the trained eye can definitely do it. And nowhere else can we see such a gamut of different styles inside any one campus, and that we have over here. So thank you all very much. And once again, my sincere apologies for joining in late. I've had huge technical issues, and I really, really would like to thank the tech team that is there now with all of you. They've given me their unstinted support, and but for them, I would not have been able to do this presentation. And thank you once again to the Director General and to her entire team for this organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you all very much.
And Pandya's, the temple architecture, was really very interesting. Thank you. And now this brings us to the last speaker of today's plenary session, Professor Kailash Rao. After that, the house is open for panel discussion. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I must thank ASI for involving us in this workshop, and thank you, Madam, for giving this opportunity. And now it's good that Chitraji spoke little before me, because in sequence, what Sir has spoken in Kerala, then in Tamil Nadu, then I think coming to Karnataka. By and large, the word Vaisara, I think my presentation can be started. By and large, the word Vaisara is a common term which is given between, like, you have northern traditions Nagara, you have a southern traditions as Dravida, and is a Vaisara is supposed to be the central one. And it's somewhere between two. If we really apply this logic, many more things will also fall into this category. By and large, what Professor Adam has shown, I'm starting with that one, because the area-wise what I'm covering is the central portion part of it, between 7th, 8th to 14th century. That's a kind of a thing. And spatially, it is between north and south. We can almost call Karnataka and Maharashtra parts of it, which has predominantly these kind of works. To start with, I just showed the examples of Badami, the Pattadakal part of it, which shows almost all three traditions are seen. What you see in the left is a very well-defined Latina temple. In right side, you can see a Dravida temple, Sangameshwara, and then we have Mallikarjuna and Virupaksha. So one place, all three traditions are seen in a nutshell. This does not happen in the southern part of it. Not a single Nagara style of a temple is seen in this particular period of time. Neither you see a pure Dravida temple seen in the northern part of it. So this particular land has been very, very rich with respect to various traditions. If we really go by that one, the earlier traditions of it, you do see a lot of prototypes forms which are developed in some of these relief works that you see. You can see a Vallapi category, an apsidal category that you see, a multi-storied kind of this kind of temples which are there, which are very basic forms of your what Professor Adam has described as your Kuta and the Shala typologies of it. But then there is also a sort of a proliferation of various these chaityas being incorporated into making into complex structures. So the fact is that this particular land has always been encouraging variety of different types of architecture. I mean, whether you take it Kanaganahalli Sannati or whether we take Amaravati, we do have a lot of footprints of variety of architectural practices happening, which does not seems to be happening in the southern side or northern side. So in a way, I think this particular land has been a great unifier in terms of things. And one place like Badami, you will see almost all varieties of things, whether it's a complete rock cut category, and where you have different types of caves dedicated to different deities. And what is very intriguing is that a little top of this lintel about one of those cave, you see what Professor Adam was trying to show, the simple basic forms of temples, the Alpavimanas. The one we see towards left side is a Kuta typology. The one with the see in the middle one is a barrel vaulted Shala typology. So there has been a certain kind of a prototypes developments also happening in this particular area. We do see a different types of basic configurations emerging out of it. Surprisingly, you also have what we can call as a proto-Nagara, maybe scholars may differ with me, but if you really look at the kind of a Kanaganahalli's sort of a figurative drawing to what we see on top of one of the lintel of Badami cave, we do see similarities. So there is a possibility that this there has been a lot of variety of practices has been happening in this part of a country. Whether we take the Upper Shivalaya, which is supposed to be one of the earliest structural temple in this place, or whether it is a Lower Shivalaya, or Malagitti Shivalaya, do represent a pure forms of Dravidian architectural practices which were happening at that particular time. And also in terms of other structural temples like our Bhutnath group of temples, where we do see a parallelly coexisting a Famsana category, of course a three-tiered southern Dravida kind of a temple architecture. So all these things coexisted, and that is the reason that might have given an opportunity for fusion, which is what we can call it as a Vesara. A Vesara, if we really look at it as a tradition, it is something which is trying to combine 2 or 3 more typologies and making it. In one frame, you see at the distance, you see a earliest Dravida category, maybe perhaps 6th century, and then we have another 6th, 7th century, a fairly evolved Latina kind of typology. And in the middle of the tank in this particular Mahakota, we do see one of those Amlaka miniature shrine category. And also we can see towards the right side of it, we can see variety of Famsanas. I'm sure there is a certain kind of a give and take between these two categories. One school of thought still feels that it is the Famsanas which created these different types of forms, a different kind of a treatment of Famsanas as this thing, but it can be argued upon. This is a Kunti Gudi that we see again in Badami area, which does show a certain kind of an inclination of slightly trying to have a certain kind of a curvilineal spire over a square temple, using again as a Famsana as a mode kind of categories of it. So essentially it is all about hybridization of temples, if I can make use that kind of a term. It is to give this kind of an idea of what level of hybridization happened. Is a Hire Hadaganahalli temple, of course slightly 11th century work. If you see, it has got some hundreds of miniature shrines inscribed onto there as a, Devakostas. Not, I mean, if I really go through it, it's a half destroyed temple, and whatever remaining is itself is a sort of an encyclopedia of an entire architectural thing. Somebody is trying to explore it. I'm just showing this kind of small miniature shrines, which may be slightly bigger than your water bottle. That's the kind of a scale that if you can relate with it. So you do see a certain kind of a sort of a Karnataka Dravida kind of a thing. For me, this is a ASI temple, madam. This is ASI temple. So then we see this kind of a various formations of it. Now here you look at it, a certain kind of a stellar type of a typology which is coming in that particular small little miniature shrine. Towards right side, you see another kind of a stellar, but a simpler one, 8-sided kind of a thing. Towards left side, we can see a 16-sided stellar kind of a configuration in a Karnataka Dravida mode, if you can call it as. So, of course, then there we have a orthogonal categories of it in this particular one, which is again, you have a central Shala has got a almost triple extension, three sort of a offsets at the middle, which is Shala, and then you have a Kota categories of it. I'm just showing within one temple the number of experimentations that's happening. So this plan has been evolving variety of models to offer. Of course, again with a double staggered Shala in the middle and a kind of a detailed Kuta at the higher level part of it. Partially broken, but I think one of the very important typology in my opinion is this kind of a, maybe you can call it as a proto Bhumija category of it. There are certain kind of things. What sir was showing as circular temples in Kerala, well, it is there very much. There is a clear-cut shrine which is in a circular form with all these embellishments of shalas and kotas. And towards left side, I do not know whether it has been built, but I have seen in southern Karnataka some parts of mathas, maybe Puttige Matha and all these things do have this kind of a roof form, which is little bell-shaped kind of a thing. It's almost like stretching the imaginations of variety of these kind of a formats. Perhaps these were never built. These were all, perhaps, some of the greatest ideas which were experimented but might not have never been built. You do see a configuration of northern, kind of a shikharas inside. Then you have southern this thing. Maybe perhaps the scholars may call it as a mistraka, but it doesn't mean anything for me because it's just a term. Mistraka means it's trying to, you are combining some 2-3 things. Here, not 2-3 things. N number of things are being done. Look at that. The upper portion part of it, whether do you want to call it Amlaka, do you want to call it Shikhara, the Stupi, I think they're all little beyond the, whatever the scholarly terminologies are. So there are certain kind of works. And another example of it, a semi-stellate categories of it. You have a star-shaped this thing, partially stellar and partially orthogonal kind of a things. In the sense like, if I really look at the corners, it's a star-shaped. Middle portions are a straightforward diagonal, towards the cardinal directions, it's a straightforward kind of a design. Another example, perhaps, another, kind of a semi-stellate examples. I'm just showing in only Hire Hadaganahalli's walls. I think it's maybe weeks are not enough to just look at each of these kind of structures. Another lesser-known temple, Tiruvalli, Shanteshwara, some nondescript small little towns which are these ones, and some of the treasure troves are lying in this particular place. I think it almost looks like a kind of an architecture which is, hinting towards the Bhumijas, what's happening in the northern part of it is happening. So there is a huge range of kind of works perhaps happening in this part of the country which are very, very intriguing and interesting typologies of miniature experiments are happening. So basically it shows that there is a lot of understanding about almost all traditions in this particular place. They know very much in detail about northern part of it, southern part of it, central part of it. So I think there is very little understanding has gone into the artisans who are working in this kind of a variety of it. I think if I go on describing it, I think 20 minutes will will pass. I think another masterpiece which has never been built. This is like almost like individual temples trying to attach it to in a stellar configuration, a full-fledged form. Normally you take up a sort of a Alpavimana or a one column categories, try and make it out of it and stitch a temple. But whereas here an experiment where maybe a particular temple can inhabit some perhaps 8 gods at every level, perhaps 8-sided categories of it. And then that doesn't stop there. They know very much about Nagara traditions and also even the examples of even multi-Shekhari temples. This type 2 multi-Shekhari was very much prevalent in northern part of India, and that is there. And type 4 typology of you have another example of multi-Shekhari example which is there in this one. Again, it's in a Shantesh. This is in Tarakeshwar of Hanagal, this thing. Now, that was just to show the knowledge which this particular group of people are possessing. I'm sure it is a smaller group of artisans who are working in one particular temple, and there seems to be knowing everything about all across the traditions. Now, this is one of the Kailash Temple. Perhaps now I'm going in a little chronological order, a transition between Rashtrakuta and Kalyani Chalukya period typology temples, very much straightforward with certain kind of a more Dravida, lesser of your Vesara categories of it, and to a fairly well-formed Vesara category. Now, what exactly we mean about Vesara is that in a very simpler terminology, if I see, the plan form, the horizontal configuration seems to be inspired from the northern side. The vertical configuration, the accentuation is inspired from the southern side of it. The detailing, the moldings are by and large become south, but from artisans to artisan, the guild to guild, these variations are quite understandable. So, I mean, these are the kind of orthogonal categories of temples that we documented and try to understand these details. And these are the examples of our Lakkundi is another amazing place where it displays this kind of variety of, understanding. Perhaps the Kalyani Chalukyas are unsung heroes in the entire history of architectural evolution. Maybe the Hoysalas stole the show because they did a lot more detailing, but these were the people who really set a trend and did that kind of an experimentation, which eventually led to a very refined and perhaps, thing. And these are all, by and large, not the large-scale buildings. These are smaller-scale buildings, perhaps maybe because of the chloritic cyst that they have used. It's assumed that there's not very strong material. In my opinion, it is not. It is very strong material. It's basically, they have chosen such a small detail that if you do a very tall structure, it will not be visible. So this is because I think it's the scale that is dominating. It is the intricacy that they chose. Between a scale and intricacy, they have chosen intricacy. Again, Andeshwara Temple in Lakkundi area. I mean, I'm sure if I normally use a lot of 3-dimensional scans and other things to explain these things, but with the time limitations, I'll restrict myself to a simpler mode of presentation of the photographs. Again, Brahmajinalaya, trying to experiment with a double-story structure with a complete takeoff from the earlier typological variations. A kind of a different kind of combinations where we do see a very well-formed bhumijas being shown in the miniatures in the right side corner of it. Okay, and then not only in terms of forming the temples, but resolving a problem. This must have been, perhaps some kind of sliding must have happened. Galagnatha Temple, the addition which has been at a base level is also so artistically done in such a way that it really merges with the overall format of it, and if I really look at it, it's a very nice way of solving a problem rather than one buttress which protrudes and kind of a thing. So this must have been a historical solution for a structural problem which has been evolving out of it. And Ittagi is another masterpiece where the kind of moldings, the experimentation with the moldings itself. I think they have taken some themes of taking it at a very micro level of modeling details and combining them and making a hybrid sort of it. And perhaps, not only in terms of miniatures, we do see a real full-scale models of temples which are being built in Nagara multi-Shekhari typology. A Ganesha Gudi in Tarakeshwara complex has been, well executed, perhaps, with all the kind of things. Now, coming to stellar categories, our Doddabasappa temple in Gadag, Dambala, I could not draw it. I only could use my computer to generate that kind of drawings because it is so intricate kind of a drawings. So we, in terms of trying to logically put these things together, I think that has gone beyond it. One more rarest of the rare gem lying in Hire Singh and Gutti. Thanks to Padigar sir, who must have surveyed during their school institution survey, they found this hidden gem in a very small, nondescript village. But the speciality of this particular village, there are only 2 such temples are surviving. This is unprotected monument. Perhaps villagers are using as a cattle shed now. But in terms of going into the details of an understanding of it, we try to scan it and try to get into the detailed geometry of it. It was quite interesting because each kuta, if I can call it as each component, is twisted in such a way and rotated. You can see a stars from outside and inside kind of a configurational this thing. It looks like if I really go by a strong textbook approach, I don't think it may not be possible, or neither I do have such an understanding about text yet. But perhaps there is a lot to understand. One more hybridization what they tried is that wells which look like a temple, a Nagakunda at a Sudi, a place in this thing, which is very, very intricately done. It's like unwrapping a temple and trying to convert into a well out of it. It's basically each side of it, you just peel it and try to wind it back. And this is the kind of a structure they try to do it. And the amount of, I think, maturity that they have shown to handle these angles and trying to put them together is a marvel by itself. I think it's a hybridization did not just happen from fusion of certain kind of a typologies of temples. It's also fusion of certain kind of a functionalities of it. What is a tank, which is temple? Of course, it is done in Gujarat, in other areas also. But the method these artisans chosen is exceptionally interesting. These are some of the drawings and models we were trying to understand and try to develop it. I think what really was intriguing me, as a conservation architect was not just only the typology, styles, and other kind of things. I'm just slightly going from the point of this thing, is how the process over there. If you do understand the process, towards left side is a well-assembled temple where every small little gap is very carefully thought. Towards right side, perhaps pre-assembly of a temple. No 2 stones are same. And it's like a jigsaw puzzle if we see today. But there must have been a very strong logic of making these things. There must have been a certain mode of communication. In my own little research, I feel that it's a generative logic. Suppose it is not a drawing-based logic, it's a generating one course to the other course. There's a little small 1/8 inch part, which we call it as a kampa, is a marker that has to be, next course has to be followed. And with a very small little tweaking, you can produce a variety of designs out of it. So there seems to be a huge understanding of computational logic, which I will just touch and go now. That computational logic doesn't only end up with the building, it's come to the detailing. If you just take up one profile, rotate in a circle, a column like right side one forms. Rotate in a rectangle, at the middle one forms. And then you can really see variety of variations. They try to do it with a tweaking of certain kind of a using these profiles and making a variety of columns and designs. And there's a certain sense of logic which has been induced into it, like how much of an accentuation has to happen. This must have come as a codified text language, texted, or it could even be some other methods of their own graphical understandings which come there. Unfortunately, most of our temples, the immediate thing we do is the paving part of it, but there are many interesting drawings which are there, which are on these flooring drawings. So I'll just show you, what the current obsession that we have is to understand these temples in detail. Okay, how do I go back? Okay. This one had to play. Yeah, that time it played. Okay, just you can click on that arrow below. Oh, no. We tried it in the morning, but yeah, perhaps it's taking some time. technology has its limitations. Huh? No, it's okay. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, this was, I was trying to show a detailed, the complete scans of those ones, which are very difficult in a normal sense to understand it. Unfortunately, my videos are not showing. These are the kind of an information that we're trying to collect it. And thankfully, I mean, these were all meant for conservation practices that we're trying to do it. How do we assess the temple as is, where is condition, which is where actual work of how to, restore it, renovate it, do the minimal interventions and other things. Having an understanding of geometry, having an understanding of material, how we go about it. But then when Professor Hadi showed another approach, like, these kind of approaches will also throw a lot of, I'm borrowing again his slide. Of course, some of the scans and other orthomosaic elevations are done by me. And as per to him, he says that very useful and to understand the entire configuration of the temple, relate to the text, and to really go into the hidden meanings which we have not been able to do it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rao. I'm so sorry that due to the constraint of time, we are restricting time for everyone. Now, this brings me to the end of the plenary session. We had 4 wonderful talks, and I'm so happy that the online speakers could also connect with us. But since the online speakers aren't present anymore with us, and it is really very tough for them to connect, I would skip over the panel discussion and request my Additional Director General, Professor Alok Tripathi, to kindly come here and chair the next session. Thank you so much.
Wonderfully and well in time. You save 20 minutes of discussion also. And in this session also we have 60 minutes, so probably we will save and have tea early. So we have got 3 presentations. Now we are going a little more systematic from the formless to form. So we start with, we have a 3 speaker, Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal, Sri Krishna Jugnu, and Sri Sriti Satyamurthy. So without losing any time, I request Dr. Chudamani Nandagopal to please come and make her presentation. We have 20 minutes for each presentation. I am sure that all the speakers will manage within that without my interfering or disturbing the presentation and the flow.
The green button?
Good afternoon. I'm thankful to DG Madam Vidyavati ji for inviting, and also Dr. Nambirajan and all friends from ASI. Even I wanted to give virtual presentation, then I thought that I could meet after a long time, coming, and I'm so thankful to you for this opportunity. And Dr. Alok Tripathi ji, so far I think all these papers what we have seen has given a kind of, the forms of the temple architecture, how there are such variety in each region. In India, we have such variety of temple architecture. And now we are going very nicely, in the kind of, sessions divided with proper, the covering, starting from the inception too, we will be seeing, very dynamic way of, development of temple architecture in India. I would like to dedicate this presentation to 3 personalities in the field. One is Professor Dhakiji, and Dr. Kapila Vatsayan, and Dr. S.R. Rao, because with whom I had discussion on what I am thinking and exploring the concept of temple architecture. So now we are going to micro level understanding of temple architecture. In that part of understanding, I tried to find out what may be the reason for going this kind of structural framework. We have seen in all parts of India the rock cut architecture, and which was existing simultaneously. But after some point of time, we see that we don't find rock cut architecture at all. So structural temples dominate the entire scenario of the activities of temple architecture. So what were their understanding and what made them to go into the structural format of the temple architecture? So coming to next, please. And I'll do that. Excuse me? Yeah. So we go to formless to form. So here you can see from Vishnu Dharmottara Purana, which we date between 4th and 6th century. It gives this concept of form in the sense of Prakriti and Vikruti, and when it comes into the form, it becomes the Sakara. So these are the 3 terminology which are used here, the Prakriti, Vikruti and Sakara. And in the next, what we see here in Devi Mahatmya, in Narayan Stuti, there it is mentioned very clearly, the formless, nameless, they all come into form and they acquire the names. Next, please. So how a sthapati or a sculptor understands the form, how he tries to bring that form, which in his mind the form is there, but tangibly there is no form, but he brings that into form. So the formless becomes form here in the hands of sthapati, in the minds of sculptor, then finally it evolves as a great work of art. So conceiving of the form is a spiritual phenomena, because we all know that later period in the agamic tradition, we have the dhyana shlokas for each and every icon. Then treatment of form is a technical evocation. Without technique, without scientific understanding, you cannot evolve a form. So it is a technical evocation. Then it embellishes the form in an aesthetic delight. It just cannot bring just like that a form. You have to have that kind of aesthetic understanding of everything. Then the serenity of form is a divine approach. Where he arrives, this serenity of form is needed there. So he comes to the divine approach, and to beautify form, he brings parallels in the nature. That is why you find so much of nature interpreted in architecture. And then finally, to empower form, the strength and vigor instilled. That is why temples are surviving even today. That strength and vigor has been instilled. Next, please. So what is the understanding of, I think the three times you have to. There are Trikandi. The Trikandi are the 3 divisions in the Purva Mimamsa. When we study the Purva Mimamsa, you find these Trikandi. One is Karma Kanda, crystallized by Gemini, and Upasana Kanda, also as Sankarshana Kanda, it is known as, and Gnana Kanda, codified by Badarayana. Many times we think that, Vedic, it's only of, yagnas and sacrifice. There is nothing about temple architecture or no concern about that. It is not true. So you find the Upasana concept started from there. Badarayana talks about it. And then Upasana stresses what? It stresses devotion, the bhakti. And that is the consonance of looking at God, creating God, and Devayatanam is created. So beautiful term that you have used, madam. Devayatanam, it is like, for anyone who is a devout, it is something great. The term itself is such great, connotation, which we can bring out one great volume on just Devayatana concept. Such a concept. So then this is the agamic approach that has prevailed in the country. So for the simple reason that it has appeal for the popular as well as elite. See, finally whatever you create, it is not just for elite. It has to be a popular level also. That is how Buddhism became so popular. And then next, yeah. So from here, singing and praise for God has started and developed. We have all the alvars and, Haridasas, Sankirtanas, Varkaris, singing for gods. Why all this happened? It's not just, somebody dictated or anything. It is by the people. They started developing all this. So the yajna rituals were transformed. See, this is my concern. All the yajna rituals have transformed into agamic rituals. Why I believe in this? Because I have documented while I was in IGNCA, 10 days yajna. 10 days yajna, if you can see the entire documentation from Kerala. Those 10 days opened my eyes. Even I was not truly believing that, yajna can create all this. But that has given me a conviction that it is possibility. Because I witnessed every part of it from morning 4 o'clock till 10 o'clock in the night. Everything is documented for 10 days. So that yajna, how yajna has transformed into agama. That is what we see the early form of temple architecture. So next please. The another concept what we have to think is why all these things are created is for Divya Darshana. Devayatana is connected to Divya Darshana. Why Devayatanam is needed? To have the Divya Darshana, the auspicious sight of the deity or icon or whatever you consecrate. That is the concept. So next, please. So Vedic society respected Panchamahabhutas, the primordial elements, the 5. All of you know that, I don't want to explain that. And Buddhism, see, Buddhism in course of 3 centuries involved masses in everything. So that is why it became so popular. And their literature and language was common, people understood. But what was happening with Vedic, understanding? It was ancient, even in Jain literature, it has come to the local languages. Like even Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, you find Jain literature in all these languages. But Vedic again, it started distancing from the social setup. Next, please. So the primordial, so Vedic society respected, no, next please, let's go to next. So Upanishads became important in course of time. The Vedic literature, all 4 Vedas, and our architecture comes under Atharva Veda. All our understanding, what we are doing today, comes under Atharva Veda. So, and Natya Shastra comes under the Samaveda. So like this, each Veda has taken one great area and it was developed. So here you see that the Upanishads created, and there they started understanding Vedic spiritualism. This is another dimension of understanding Vedic society and Vedic understanding. Otherwise, it would have become a distant thing for us. It would not have been a living tradition today. So it became part of, because Upanishads are so popular even today. Every one of us want to know at least something from the Upanishad because it has got that dimension. So Vedic thoughts and practices needed popularity among the common mass. So as a result, they opened the doors for the mass. In what way? In transferring all the Vedic rituals, which were so complicated, such length into agamic. Next, please. Next, please. So all these development, we start from 2nd century onwards and goes on. And I don't touch upon the medieval and all that, only the very early part of temple architecture. So all of you know that in Varaha Mihira's Brihad Samhita, you have 20 types of temple forms. Among them, we have Meru, Mandara, Kailasa, Sarvatobhadra. And Sarvatobhadra has been discussed even in Vishnu Dharmottara at length. Next, please. So this is what the Vedic yagnic rituals transforming into the agamic rituals. So here you see that is Sarvatobhadra concept. All of us believe that the Devgarh temple is the Sarvatobhadra concept. So Sarvatobhadra became popular in the north, and in south it percolated in a different way. Next, please. So this is the temple form of Devgarh. If you see that, it looks like a yagna, Vedic pit or Vedic kunda, altar. So that is the other part. Next, please. Next. Let's go to next. So this is one example all of you must be knowing that in Ellora, it is not the main cave, the other set of caves where you find the Shaiva cave. In the central shrine is Sarvatobhadra. Because in cave you cannot create Sarvatobhadra. So it was only the central shrine, it was Sarvatobhadra. This is one example. Next, please. So now we come to Dakshinatya. When we come to Dakshinatya, I don't want to go to other details of Badami Chalukyas. We all know that, Aihole, parallel things were existing. Ladkan, what was the way, they created, all these things. But why I come to this, Kanchipuram? Because Kanchipuram is the full-fledged temple for Shiva. Till then you don't find a full-fledged vision of a temple for Shiva. All nomenclature, what Shiva or a Kailasa required was set up in this Kailasanatha Temple. So these are the 4 things what are required: religious thought, water bodies, rituals, and perception of sacred space. Understanding of that sacred space. Let us see what are that. Next, please. So the sacred space is a structure, is a microcosm. And then it is, the whole world is likeness, as Ananda Kumar Swami has said. And when we examine this particular dictum of Ananda Kumar Swami, we come to this kind of understanding. Yes. And there you see from the unknown to the known, from elaboration to structural simplicity, from multiplicity to unity. Next, please. I'm still working. I can send it to you, ma'am. Not a problem. Yeah. Yes. My book will be coming. I'm working on this book. It's my almost 25 years of my research. So I can. Next, please. So this I want to explain. So how the temple architecture, I mean to say the Garbhagriha, I'm talking about the Garbhagriha, sanctum, is understood. It is understood from the terms of the measurement. What is the measurement they thought initially? In the yagna, they always think about the measurement of the limb of Yajamana. Who is the Yajamana of the yagna? Yajamana Patni will be there. And taking that limb and then measuring the Vedic altar and that is the creation for the base. Now let us see in the next please. So the parallels are drawn, that is Dr. Kapila Vatsyayan said, from the Yagna methodology to the Agamic methodology, the parallels have been drawn. So you see the cosmic understanding of the structure. Next please. Now this is the Yagashala. This is the Yagashala which we all created while I was in IGNCA. I was part of this entire thing. So we all created this Yagnashala, the same Yagnashala in Thrissur. Near Thrissur, it is Munmunattu Kavu, about 15 years back. So you can see that the way, the various units have been transformed to temple architecture. These are very much required for a full-fledged yagna. And this yagna was known as Aptaryama Yagna, 10 days yagna. So the ultimate thing is the last one, what is their bird altar. So we interpret that the whole recitation is the Navaranga what we have. The recitation hall is like a Navaranga, and finally it comes to Garbhagriha, that is the Sanctum Sanctorum. And here you have the Patnishala. Early temples did not have the concert, a chamber for the concert or a sanctum. Later on it becomes Amman Gudi. For everything there will be the main deity and there will be a shrine for concert. It was not there in early times. But in Yagashala you have Patnishala also. In the entrance itself, Patni wants to rest because it is a continuous process of yagna. She has to be part of it. She will have time to rest also. See how nicely they thought about that also. That we find in the whole yaga. Next please. So this is the yaga, how the things are going on. You can see the different altars, yagna altars. They are known as early part of the yagna. Then you see the soma, pana. They pound the soma creeper and they drink the somarasa. And here you see the whole hall, the Yajamana becomes the Chakravarti. He is coronated as Chakravarti and he should be entertained with dance and music. So you have the musician playing on and all the yagna who have participated, they hold each other and go in serpentine movement and they dance. Can you believe how dance and music came into temple architecture? How it came? Here is the seed. That is how it is. Next, please. So this is what, when you see the central, you see the prastara. It is Pancha Prastara. The 5 layers of the Panchamahabhutas. Each layer has long recitation. And I experienced that when the Vayu Stotra has started, you find the breeze, beautiful breeze. Ajit Kumar will understand the Kerala climatic conditions so beautifully. And then when the Jalaprasthara then started, you find the raindrops. Can you believe? I couldn't believe earlier. I started believing this. When they put the Bhuprasthara, you started feeling little weighty yourself. So all 5 Panchaprastaras, the environmental thinking is posted here in these 5 Prastara. That is the base for the Garbhagriha. Because they were in search of architectural grammar. Apart from your rock-cut cave, what else? How they can bring this? Even to give you one example, dance was part of Vedic ritual. Around this altar, dancers used to keep the pots on their head, terracotta pots with water, and they used to move around this. Yeah, I'm concluding. Move around this, and that dance has been transformed into agamic dance rituals. The temple dancers, because my first research was on dance and music in temple architecture. That has convinced me that where all these have come. Next, please. So this is the Garbhagriha parallel I have just shown you, how the temple plan and how the Yagnavedi and Yagnashala are parallelly, you find their importance and significance. Next, please. And this one. See, in Yagna, you must have seen when they give the Ahuti, the fire raises even to the height. So that concept, vertical raising of the Shikara. You give other reasons, but fundamentally, from the pit or from the altar, they put the fire and the fire goes up. So that is how you see the Shikara has been represented as a mountain, and that is the Meru Mandara Kailasa. Next, please. And this is the Kailasa, real Kailasa, and coming to our Kailasa. That is the architecture. So I have taken 3 examples in my book: Kailasanatha Temple, Kanchipuram, Pattadakal Virupaksha Temple, and Kailasa Ellora, to prove the concept of Kailasa in architecture, how the architect visualized Kailasa. Next, please. I think it's last. Next. Yeah. When you say Kailasa, there has to be, next, there has to be cosmic dance of Shiva. And you see in all these 3 temples, you have this cosmic dance of Shiva in all the 3. Next, please. Yeah. So these are like possibilities of understanding Kailasa, Vaikuntha. Vaikuntha is another sacred space. People have already spoken about it. I have gone into the depth of it. And then the Sri Chakra, another form, and Dharma Chakra in the Buddhist understanding. So these are all like, when we see the inscriptions with mentioning all this, we feel that, they are definitely related with the form. Next, please. Yeah. So that is my Virupaksha Temple, Badami, Pattadakal, the UNESCO World Heritage Site. And my book is coming up with symbolism of sacred space in early Dravida or Dakshinatya, temple architecture. Next, please. Yeah. See, this is a Kannada. Ullavaru Shivalaya Madiharu, Nanena Madali Badavanaya, Yenna Kale Kamba, Dehave Degula, Shirave Honna Kalashavaya, Kudala Sangamadeva, Kelaya, Stavarakali Untu, Jangamakali Villa. So Basveshwara has given this. See, even I was talking about the having the measurement of a human being, and we all architects understand there is a Purusha has been spread. Yes, I will do that. So a Purusha is laid in, all of you know that, in the architecture. So even in 12th century, a revolutionary religious reformer from Karnataka who created Veerashaiva faith, he says that Ullavaru Shivalaya Maduvaru, the people who have plenty, they create Shivalaya. Nanena Madali Badavanaya, I am a poor person, how can I create that great grandeur, great temple? It's not possible. So, Yenna Kale Kamba, my limbs are pillars. Yenna Dehave Degula, whole body is your temple, Devayatana. Whole body, my body is Devayatana. And then Shira, my head, is the Kalash. That is the Shikhar. So, Kudala Sangamadeva, O Shiva, Stavarakkalivuntu, Jangamakkalivilla. So, people like us, even it can be perished if you create a temple or whatever structure, it can perish. But people like us, with this thinking, there is no end for that. It will always remain. This is what the revolutionary, that means to say, he also related the human body to the temple architecture, even in the 12th century. So I thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. My journey is still exploring and working And any suggestions, anything comes from you, I'll take it as very useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chudamani. You have for educating us, and I'm sure that there are going to be many queries, and we have an interaction session afterwards, and I'm sure that you will be having many questions. And definitely now when we go to the temples, in those forms, we will try to discover formless. Try to, means as we archaeologists do, from known to unknown. So you have traced a wonderful how this temple has progressed. Now we will try to identify those formless things in these forms when we go in the field. Thanks a lot. It was really a wonderful presentation, highly educative, and we learn a lot. I invite now our next speaker, Shri Krishna Jugnu. Presentation.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी हाँ, हम आपको देख रहे हैं। जी, हम आपको देख रहे हैं और आपकी आवाज भी सुनाई दे रही है। आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन प्रारंभ करें।
जी, मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूं और मुझे इस आयोजन में अवसर देने के लिए आभार भी ज्ञापित करता हूं। भारत के लिए, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप के लिए मंदिर मानव के विश्वास का सबसे बड़ा केंद्र है। मानव के उस परम विश्वास का बड़ा केंद्र है जिसके आगे और कोई विश्वास की रेखा जा नहीं सकती, यानी वो ईश्वर का घर, हमारी आस्थाओं का केंद्र। और हमारे ऋषियों ने, मुनियों ने, भारतीय प्रज्ञा ने यज्ञ के बाद जिस इष्टापूर्त परंपरा का विधान किया, और जिसमें पूर्ण इष्टापूर्त विधान, जिसमें देवालय, मानवालय और जलालय, टेम्पल है, हमारे अपने होम है या फिर वाटर रिसोर्स है, और जो जिसके लिए बनवाता है, मठ, आश्रय, देवालय, वो उसी से पुण्य प्राप्त करता है। सागर बनाया और उनका उत्सर्ग किया। कितनी सारी परंपराएं इस भारत के पास, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप में। हम जितने नमूने देखते हैं, देखते ही चले जाते हैं। जहां तक नजर जाए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कश्मीर से देवालयों की जो श्रृंखला एक तरह से अभिषेक करती है ऊपर से, कंबोडिया, बाली, श्रीलंका, कहां तक, जहां तक आदमी की नजर जाती है, पग जाते हैं, पांव जाते हैं, मंदिर ही मंदिर। मेरे मन में एक बड़ा आश्चर्य रहा कि इतने सारे मंदिर इस देश में, तो किस आधार पर मंदिर बने? कितने सारे ग्रंथ ऋषियों ने लिखे, कब लिखे और कैसे लिखे? वो जो शिल्पी थे, उनके लिए आधार, बुनियाद या आचरण के लिए कौन से ग्रंथ रहे? 2000 में इस पर एक खोज शुरू की और मुझे लगा कि मुझे इसके लिए संस्कृत सीखनी चाहिए। संस्कृत कैसे सीखें, कौन सिखाए, ये बात अलग है, लेकिन अपने ही स्तर पर एक प्रयास शुरू किया और हमेशा मैं आश्चर्य में डूबता रहा भारत की मौलिक प्रज्ञा पर, उन विश्वासों पर, उन कलाकारों के मन की गहराइयों को जो अतल वितल सुतल, कहां कहां नभ से लेकर पाताल तक, ऊर्ध्व प्रासाद, अधो प्रासाद, हमारी बावड़ियां, स्टेप वेल्स, वो तक मंदिर है। केवल मंदिर ऊपर नहीं, ऊपर गया वो भी मंदिर। मुझे कई बार लगा मानव के रूप में यदि कोई प्रतिकृति, देवाकृति, वो आयतन इसलिए है कि वो मनुष्य का पर्याय है। तो खोजता चला गया और मुझे जान के आश्चर्य हुआ कि भारत के पास सैकड़ों ग्रंथ हैं देवालय के लिए, जिनको हम स्थापत्य वेद एक नाम देते हैं, लेकिन कितने सारे ग्रंथ भारत के पास। और तब मैंने एक संकल्प किया, मुझे इन सब ग्रंथों को सामने लाना है ताकि व्यक्ति द्वितीयक सोर्स, सेकेंडरी सोर्स इस्तेमाल नहीं करे। किसी ने कोई मान्यता दे दी, वो शास्त्र सम्मत है कि नहीं, शास्त्र क्या मान्यता देता है। मैं अभी चूड़ामणि जी को सुन रहा था और आप कपिला जी वात्सायन का नाम लेती रही, और कपिला जी किसके लिए कहते रहे, तो वासुदेव शरण अग्रवाल उनके लिए आधार थे, उनके आगे। और वासुदेव जी के लिए जो ग्रंथ बेसिक थे, उनका अनुवाद हुआ ही नहीं। उनमें से कितने ग्रंथ सामने आए, हम सुनते रहे। एक ग्रंथ तैयार करने में 25 वर्ष लग रहे हैं, और हमारा कुल काम 20 वर्ष का है, जिसमें 100 ग्रंथ इस देश के पास आज की तारीख में मिल गए। मैं बारी बारी उनका जिक्र करता चलूंगा, और उनको मैं किसी पीपीटी पर नहीं आया हूं, मैं मेरी क्लास छोड़ के अपनी बात कहने आया हूं। तो मुझे लगा कि मैं वो ग्रंथों के दर्शन कराऊं, उनके कवर पेज दिखाता चलूं आपको। मुझे लगा कि एक बात, भारत के पास 100 से अधिक ग्रंथों का मिलना, देवालय के एक एक चर शिखर है, तो शिखर के लिए अलग से ग्रंथ। ऐसे कितने देवालय हमारे यहां बन सकते हैं। सम्रांगण, सूत्रधार, यदि हम एक ही ग्रंथ की बात करें तो उसमें जितने प्रकार के देवालयों के निर्माण का निर्देश है, यदि हम एक एक नमूना ही बनाएं, एक एक एग्जाम्पल, एक एक उसका प्रादर्श मॉडल भी बनाएं, तो एक भारत कम पड़ जाए। मुझे आश्चर्य होता है, इस देश में शिल्प की 2 धाराएं, एक मय, दूसरी विश्वकर्मा। कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक 2 धाराएं, बल्कि पूर्व में जो कोलाचार्य की धाराएं हैं, शिल्प प्रकाश, शिल्प रत्नकोश, ये जो ग्रंथ, शिल्प सार, ये जो मिलते हैं, और इधर पश्चिम में विश्वकर्मी शास्त्र, जिनमें अपराजित, जिनमें जय प्रच्छा, जिनमें सिद्धार्थ प्रच्छा, ये सब ग्रंथ कहाँ हैं। एक प्रयास इन ग्रंथों को सामने लाने का, एक विनम्र कोशिश संस्कृत से हिंदुस्तान की भाषा में लाने का, मुझे जान के हमेशा खुशी होती रही, लेकिन शिल्पकारों को एक पीड़ा होती रही कि ये हमारे ग्रंथ थे, हमारे ग्रंथ हैं, आम आदमी को मिल गए तो हमारी शिल्प विद्या का क्या होगा। उनकी चिंताओं को मैं नजरअंदाज करता रहा। मेरे सामने ये था कि मंदिर निर्माण भारत का एक वैज्ञानिक निर्माण है। वैज्ञानिक निर्माण के लिए आदमी के सोच का सबसे बड़ा अवदान है। जो एक दिन के लिए नहीं बनता। हम आज उस दौर में हैं जब हर 6 महीने में कोई न कोई अपडेट मांगता रहता है। मोबाइल अपडेट मांगता है, कंप्यूटर अपडेट मांगता है। उस दौर में कोई अपडेटेशन नहीं, स्थायी महत्व के जो निर्माण हुए हैं, मंदिर, बावड़ी, राजप्रासाद, नगर निवेश, देव निवेश, हम लोग किसी काल तक मंदिरों को यदि बांध दें, गुप्त काल से शुरुआत करते हैं, आप जान के आश्चर्य करेंगे कि कितनी बार सुश्रुत ने देवायतन शब्द काम में दिया। मुझे प्रियंक की वो बात याद आ रही है कि देवायतन शब्द कहीं मिले कि नहीं मिले, तो मैंने उनसे कहा था कि देवायतन शब्द बहुधायत में मिलता है। तब आप देखिए देवायतन शब्द जो है उसका जिक्र सुश्रुत करते हैं कि कहाँ हमें चर्चा करनी चाहिए, और उस निमित्त के रूप में लेते हैं औषधि के प्रयोग में कौन से स्थानों पर हमें कौन कौन सी सावधानियां काम में लेनी चाहिए। और यह परंपरा सुश्रुत से चरक ने ग्रहण की, चरक से वाग्भट ने ग्रहण की। तो मुझे लगता है कि देवायतन, सुरालय, देवालय, ये शब्द, हालांकि 661 ईस्वी में आते आते मंदिर शब्द हमारे सामने आता है, और आप मित्रों को इस बात का गर्व होगा, मैं वहीं से बोल रहा हूं जहां के 661 ईस्वी के अपराजित के अभिलेख में सबसे पहले प्रासाद के लिए मंदिर शब्द काम में आया। बिल्कुल बगल में है। मेरा जन्म उस भूमि से है, चित्तौड़ के पास माध्यमिका, जहां वाटिकाएं बनी है, नारायण वाटिका, मैं वहीं का हूं। और वहां से लेके देवालय को हवेली के रूप में आ जाना, नाथद्वारा राजा मेरी एजुकेशन हुई है, तो मुझे लगा कि भारत के पास जितने भी ग्रंथ हैं उन ग्रंथों को बारी बारी लोगों के पास एक बहुत सुंदर ग्रंथ है जिसकी भूमिका मुझे कहते हुए अच्छा लगता है। देवालय चंद्रिका, श्री नारायण नंबूदिरी पाद ने इसको लिखा, और दक्षिण में खासतौर से तंत्र समुच्चय के आधार पर बनने वाले ग्रंथों की परंपरा में यह ग्रंथ बड़ा आदरणीय रहा, जिसमें इन्होंने कहा कि मंदिर तंत्र यानी तकनीक के सबसे बड़े केंद्र हैं, और प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को शास्त्र ही नहीं व्यवहार की उतनी समझ होनी चाहिए कि वो किसी पत्थर को सदियों तक स्थायित्व दे सके। मुझे वो बात याद आती है पुराणकारों की कि यदि योग साधना करेंगे तो काया को कितना कष्ट होगा। आप देखिए, मंदिर और मूर्ति निर्माण की विद्या को हमारे यहां क्रिया योग कहा गया, और इस क्रिया योग पर मत्स्य पुराण, वहनी पुराण, जिसका नाम आग्नेय पुराण भी है, ये अग्नि पुराण से भिन्न है। अग्नि पुराण में भी मंदिर का जिक्र है, लेकिन यहां जो है हमारे पास फिर देवी पुराण, फिर नारद पुराण, और इन सब में विष्णु धर्मोत्तर पुराण, जो रचना की दृष्टि से भी बड़ा प्राचीन है। और वहां वो प्रासाद की रचना के लिए जगती, भूमिका, भद्रपीठ, कटी, कूट, सोपान, आमल सारक जैसी सर्वोच्च प्रतिष्ठा, सिंहमाला जैसा भूषण, द्वार शोभावती, अभी भी ये नाम है, चंद्रशाला, ऐसे अंगों वाले हिमवान मंदिर का उल्लेख करते हैं। फिर माल्यवान, श्रृंगवान, आगार, गृह, निषद, नील, माल्यवान, श्वेत, वृद्धि दो ग्रह विंध्य और वल्लभी संज्ञक, ये मंदिरों के जिक्र और मंदिरों को बनाने की विधियां। विष्णु धर्मोत्तर जैसा पुराण, विष्णु धर्मोत्तर पर काम सामान्य नहीं था, पूरा ही पुराण 18,000 श्लोक कर दे। तो मुझे लगा कि ये एक काम मंदिरों को समझने के लिए, मंदिरों की विद्या, मंदिरों के लिए जो शिल्पी, स्थापत्य, कर्मपति, स्थपित या स्थपति, ये जो लोग जुड़े रहे, उनके लिए कौन सी शब्दावली कब काम में आई, तो उन सब को समझने के लिए मेरे लिए बहुत जरूरी था। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ शिल्प रत्नम एक ग्रंथ है, हालांकि इसका अनुवाद भी हम ही ने 4 भाग में तैयार किया है। इसको उत्तर और मध्य के 2-2 टुकड़े करके तैयार किया। एक ऐसा ग्रंथ जो हमें कहता है नागरस्य स्मृतो देशो हिमवंद्य मध्यग द्राविड़स्य चितो देशो द्राविड़स्यान चान्यथा आगस्त्य विंध्य मध्यस्थो देशो वेश्वर सम्मत और सर्वाणि सर्व देशेषु भवन्त्यपि केचित्। किस किस देश में ये जो द्रावड़, नागर, द्राविड़ और वेसर, इन सब संज्ञाओं के साथ साथ एक एक मंदिरों के कितने भेद हो सकते हैं। नलिन, प्रनिल, स्वस्तिक, चतुर्मुख, सर्वतोभद्र, हस्तिपृष्ठ, समुज्वल, श्री छंद, व्रतभद्र, श्रीकांत, श्री प्रतिष्ठित, शिव भद्र, शिव छंद, अष्टांग, पर्वताकृति, विष्णु छंद, सौभद्र, कैलाश छंद, रुद्रक छंद और ललित भद्र, ये 20 प्रासाद शिव के लिए, विष्णु के लिए और ब्रह्मा के लिए। ब्रह्मा के मंदिर कहाँ हैं? क्यों बृहद संहिताकार हम लोगों को बार बार ये बात याद दिलाता है कि यदि ब्रह्मायतन पर बिजली गिरती है तो उसका परिणाम विप्रों पर क्या होता है? कैसे भूल जाते हैं? हमारे यहाँ ब्रह्मा के मंदिर कम कैसे हो गए? क्या क्या मान्यताएं हम लोगों ने दी। लेकिन आप देखिए आगम, ये तो मैंने पुराणों के नाम लिए, लेकिन आगमों का जो एक अवदान है भारत में, वो मंदिर स्थापत्य की दृष्टि से सबसे अधिक महत्व का है। उनमें से कुछ ही आगम हमारे पास आए और वो भी अनुवाद नहीं हुए। हम कामिकागम को कैसे बोल सकते हैं? उसका पूर्वार्ध तो पूरा ही मंदिर को लेके है और उसी पर आधारित। दीप्तागम हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं? अजितागम हम कैसे बोल सकते हैं? मंदिर के कितने चरण हो सकते हैं? मंदिर के कितने भाग हो सकते हैं? ये मेरु है, ये मंदिर है, ये कैलाश है, ये जयांग है, ये विमलाकृति है, कुंभ है, भोग छंद है, गरुड़ छंद है, पद्म भद्र है, कैलाश कांतक है, भद्रशिख है, रुद्रकांत है, योग भद्र है, मंगल है, विंध्य छंद है। छंद, और ये छंद केवल कविता में नहीं है, मंदिरों के अपने छंद। मैं भारतीय प्रज्ञा को हमेशा नमन करता हूं। छंद कहां देखे गए? वृत्त कहां देखे गए? महेंद्र, चित्रकूटक, श्रीमंडन, सौमुख्य कहां? ये नाग छंद क्या है? सोम छंद क्या है? ये कुड्यावर्त क्या है? त्रिकुटक क्या है? श्रीवर्धन क्या है? पद्म ग्रह क्या है? प्रेक्षा ग्रह क्या है? वृत्त ग्रह, अंत्यकांत, भानुकांत, चंद्रकांत, क्रतुवर्धन, अनेक शताधिक नाम हम लोगों के पास ये जो 16वें अध्याय में हम लोगों को शिल्प रत्नम में मिल जाते हैं। मैं तो नमस्कार करता हूं ऐसे ग्रंथों को। हम लोग अनुवाद कैसे कुछ करें और कैसे पहचानें कि इन मंदिरों का निर्माण कैसे हुआ था। हम लोगों को इस बात पर भी एक फक्र होना चाहिए कि शिल्पकार, खासतौर से सूत्रधार, जिसकी पहचान वास्तु विद्या जैसे ग्रंथ में, सम्रांगण सूत्रधार जैसे ग्रंथ में, मय मतम जैसे ग्रंथ में कितने प्रकार से की गई, उसके कौन कौन से लक्षण बताए गए। एक सुप्रीम मानव, सुप्रीम मैन, गुण संपन्न, गणित संपन्न, गरिमा संपन्न ऐसा व्यक्ति मंदिर निर्माण के लिए सोचता और नियम देता और हम इस बात को ये ढूंढते हैं कि कौन सा मंदिर किस शैली में समान रूप से, एक मंदिर दूसरे मंदिर से कभी मिल ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि सूत्रधार इस बात के लिए कटिबद्ध था कि वो जो करेगा वो उसकी मौलिक रचना होगी। हम आज उस दौर में आ चुके हैं जब सारी मूर्तियां मशीनों से बनने लग गई है, यानी उनकी मौलिकता खत्म, सब कॉपियां हैं, सब प्रतिकृति है। उस दौर में हम लोग कैसे कह सकते हैं कि कोई मूर्ति मौलिक, प्रत्येक सूत्रधार की अपनी मौलिक कृति, और वो जो सोचता वो एक मंदिर से दूसरे मंदिर पर नहीं बनाता। अपने जीवन में यदि वो एक मंदिर भी अच्छा बना देता, गुण संपन्न, तो वो उसको रिपीट नहीं करता। आप देखिए, मैंने देवालय चंद्रिका के बारे में आपसे कहा, बहुत सुंदर ग्रंथ है, सम्रांगण सूत्र।
आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप इसे संक्षेप में समापन की ओर ले जाने का प्रयास करें।
जी, मैं बिल्कुल समझ गया। मैं ये सब ग्रंथ, मुझे लगता है भारत के पास जितने ग्रंथ मंदिरों के स्थापत्य को लेकर है, शिल्पकारों ने अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा से इन सब नियमों का पालन किया। कैसे वो आय निकालते थे, कैसे वो व्यय की साधना करते थे। ये जो 32 नियम, एक मंदिर 1000 वर्ष तक सुदृढ़ खड़ा है, उसके पीछे गणित के बड़े भाग और संधि के संयोजन के नियम, संधियों के नियम। मुझे एक बात इतनी सी कहनी है, भारत के पास स्थापत्य के सबसे ज्यादा ग्रंथ मौजूद है। अब ये ग्रंथ भारतीय पुरातत्व सर्वेक्षण के लिए भी उपयोगी, हम आम आदमी के लिए भी उपयोगी, अध्ययन की दृष्टि से भी उपयोगी। हम लोग केवल एक प्रयास जो आप मंदिरों पर चर्चा करने के लिए कर रहे हैं, तब हमें खुशी होती है कि कहीं न कहीं ये ग्रंथ और इन ग्रंथों पर चर्चा जो सामने आती रहती है, बहुत खुशी की बात है। जहां पर शिल्प की चर्चा होती है, शिल्प शास्त्र की चर्चा होती है, वहां विज्ञान का विकास होता है। ये बात मैं नहीं कह रहा, राजा भोज के। नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद श्री कृष्ण जी, आपने शिल्प के शास्त्रों के विषय में जो जानकारी दी और आपके जो प्रयास हैं वो बहुत ही सराहनीय हैं, और हिंदी में ट्रांसलेट करके ये जो है एक बहुत सारे विद्यार्थियों और शोधार्थियों के लिए उपलब्ध होंगे। आशा है ये क्रम ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, और नए ग्रंथ मिलेंगे और उनका अनुवाद होगा और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग उनको पढ़ पाएंगे, समझ पाएंगे, और इस दिशा में हम लोग मिलजुल के आगे और बढ़ पाएंगे। आपका पुनः धन्यवाद। नाउ आई इनवाइट थर्ड स्पीकर ऑफ दिस सेशन, श्री टी सत्यमूर्ति जी।
Namaskar. I got much duty to thank so many persons here. I'll come to that last. But now I'll come directly into this subject. No. Soon. It's going ahead. back, back. First. Thank you. That's my subject has been made very easy by Professor Chudamani. First, I will start where she stopped. So when Dr. Nambirajan told me that is to have a session and also to talk about arupa to rupam, that means how from formless to form. I remembered immediately a pan-Indian tradition, that is, which is going on today. That is, before we start, of course, this will go. Before we start this, our any puja in any temple or even Atmatma puja, even at home, we first say, Deho Jivaraya Proktaha, Jivas Devas Sanatanaha, Tajet Ajnana Nirmalyam, so aham bhavena pujayet. This is the things preliminary to be done at the puja. First he says, think yourself as a temple, what she told us, the same things. And the jiva inside is the God, which you have to invoke and worship. This is either Shiva or Vishnu or any temple. This is the basic thing. So that I remembered when he told me first. So immediately there is another also. Immediately we just start the puja. Hit Patma Kanika Madhya. Umaya Saka Sankara, Avisatta Mahadeva, Sarvai Ravarane Saka. So this hit kosa, that is inside your heart, you have to invoke this power, this either the microcosmic power into your heart. Then you have to do the worships. So this formless thing have to come to you and take the form. That is the things which we generally perform. Even today, this tradition is always the pan-Indian tradition continues. Of course, it is more continuing in South India, especially in Tamil Nadu and other groups. But anyway, it is a pan-Indian tradition. Even in Himachal, I have seen, that is even Gadwal area I have seen, they use these mantras. So, but how this comes, this formless to form, what is authenticity or authority that is which says, which gives you that is will power or say that is the formless get into the form. That is, it gets the cosmic energy is converted into your own energy or microcosm to microcosm. But how it comes? So there is a Vedic passage that is, of course, Veda. So many things come that is here and there about this particular thing. It says in particular passage, So kamayata bhagusyam praja yeti satapotapyata satapastapva idagam sarvamasijata yadidam kincha tatsishtva tadeva anuprabhisate tadanupravisya satchatyacha bhavate niruktam cha nilayanam cha vijnanam cha avijnanam cha satyam cha nrutam cha satyam abhavate ididam kincha tat satya vidya chakshate. Actually, the thing is that is the formless energy, whatever you call it, Parabrahma, anything. It visualizes itself. I will multiply into many. That is, it multiplied. It entered every soul. It entered every object. Vijnana, avijnana, satyam, asatyam. All are objects for it. Even the words, satyam, asatyam, all are objects. It entered. So this cosmic power, whatever we call this macrocosmic power, come to microcosm. That is explained in this particular Vedic passage. So that is very interesting, not really interesting. It gives you an authority that is to worship in the form. In a form, how the form comes, that is power. Because of this passage only. There are many passages. This is a very important passage in that. So now, again coming to this, the Tamil part also, we see these same representations. We see that is Marathai Maratha Mamadayanai, Marathil Maranda Mamadayanai, Parathai Maratha Parmadal Bodham, Parathil Maranda Parmadal Bodham. This is the Tirumular's work, which is 3,000 poems he has done. It's earlier than 3rd century AD, probably even earlier than, but of course the dates given is about 3rd century CE is the date given to this work. It is 3,000 works. It says that it's simply, even the Tamil work is there, it says that if you see an elephant made up of wood, when you see this elephant, that is the wood, you don't see the wood there. When you see the wood, you don't see this elephant there. So this is the thing, formless elephant came there. That is, you perceived it. Your perception is there as an elephant. When that disappears, you see it only as a stone. So the stone gets the formless, comes to the form. That is an elephant. This is very wonderful. Nobody can explain that is a more easier way than Tirumala. Tirumala is a great saint that is who was given 3,000. Of course, his work became base for all the Saiva Siddhantas of South India in later time. Of course, he says, it is not the language which is important. He says more, that is, Shiva himself spread all these messages, all this for the welfare of the society in all the languages, Tamil and even in Sanskrit and all this. That is revealed by himself in his work. And then we say, that is what she told is, Ullam Perungoyil, Unudam Alayam, Vallal Peranukku, Vayir, Gobara Vasal. So this is the way, this is the way which he felt, of course, according to the tradition. He contemplated for 1 year and then gave a sloka. Of course, the tradition says he lived for 3,000 years and gave this work. So he says, that is, what we said earlier is the. But again he says, there is not only Rupa, form and formless, there is in between. Uruvam, Aruvam, Uruvodu Uruvam, Maruvam, Paramasivan, and for all the worships he has given 3 forms. One is form, he was in the form also you can worship. The formless have come to form. And there is form and formless, Rupa, Rupam. That also you can worship anything. These are the 3 things that is, he has given in his work. Of course, I don't go to this Sangam period. If I go, it is little bit, time is very short, and also there are many speakers again to speak about this particular topic. But one thing I want to say, that is in Sangam literature period, in the period of BCs, what we say, there we see these 4 gods, that is Rudra, Shiva, Sankareshwara Balarama, Vasudeva Krishna, and Kumar Subramanya. These were all popular gods at that time. But what they did, how they worshipped, was the different mode is, they instead of worshipping in form, they invoked this the spirit into themselves. We find in vivid descriptions in Sangam literature, that is about a girl being worshipped as a Durga, as Kotravai. It's known God. If you go to Silappadigaram, she was seen to Kotravai. She was decorated like Kotravai. She was offered everything that was offered to Kotravai. This is the formless thing was invoked in the form, in the human form, the human itself, and they worshipped. Since we don't get much evidences, of course, I skip that particular part because it is a little bigger one. Because this is even some early paintings may be representing such things. That is rock paintings may represent such actions of the Kotravai. Of course, this spot should be which we discovered myself and Nambirajan in Adichinallur. This may be also one of these Kotravai's representations. This may be, but we are not very sure. Because that became stone. That is in the Pallava period. Pallavas crystallized and gave it in form. Of course, the sacrifices which are mentioned there, head was offered Navagandam. They offered the blood. Everything is represented. Of course, Paripadu, Purana, all these things. We find more representatives talk about this Balarama and Krishna in Sangam literature. They are not found in the sculptures of that particular period, but we find it in the Greek coins. Of course, it's Agastocles coin. We find that is both Balarama and Krishna depicted. Of course, Balarama slowly disappears in our system. And Krishna has retained his positions in, of course, in Pallava sculptures. And also later also, this is Pallavas retaining him. This is Balarama is there, but later he disappears, and only Krishna is retained in the form. Of course, these are some of the things. Of course, Murugan. Of course, we could discover this thing. Of course, Nambirajan was also there. We excavated and got this temple that is in. Suppose whatever said in the Sangam literature, some of the things we could get retrieved there. Now coming to this the main problem of this, what she told also, Agama tradition and Vedic traditions. Two traditions existed simultaneously, that is in Tamil Nadu especially. There was a dramatic change. The change means that is the gap between them was, of course, something was taken from here to there. The gap was very carefully, that is where dramatically is bridged by Tirunjana Sambandha. The story is very simple. That is a child in progeny. Tirunjana Sambandha was taken to the temple tank for a bath, and then his father was taking bath. He started weeping, thinking father is disappeared. Then Parvati herself came and gave milk, that is very jnana pal, what we call it. So wisdom he got, and he sang on Shiva. So his father being a Vedic, purely a Vedic, following Vedic tradition, he started coming to the Agama traditions. So that is, he takes the child to the 274 places in entire ancient Tamilagam. And then that became a thing. So there are two traditions are very, very carefully and also very dramatically bridged during Jnanasambandha's time, 6th century, maybe 6th and 7th century AD, in between that time. That time we find that is all the gods and goddesses which were worshipped as formless got into form. That is not only in India, outside also. This is we find in more sculptures in Tamil Nadu. Of course, this thing. And the Saiva sects also, they were so many small separate sects. He bridged the gap also between themselves. They were Kalamukas, Pasipatas, Kashmir school of Saivism was there, and Lukulisas, and Kayavarogan, and so many things, the Saivas were there. He bridged the gap also and brought a single Saivism and also bridged the gap between these Saiva traditions and Vedic tradition, what we call it Agama tradition and Vedic tradition. Something were taken from here, something were given by there. That is the thing which you and now we are continuing. This is some of the statues of the Chola period. Now we come to this other parts, Rupa or Rupa worship. This is also a Pan-Indian traditions, which we see is both in Himachal Pradesh and also in Kanyakumari. Of course, the fivefold is worship of forms of gods. Symbols for each of 5 deities are collectively worshipped in a particular way. All of them are shapeless for Nirguna Brahma, and Nirguna form of worships, or even formless form worships. Mostly household worship, we don't find it mostly in temples, but formless power is given from the devotees for what I told, Atma Puja, what I told, so that is given. So Shiva is generally represented by a pebble, that is not a like Shiva. And Vishnu Saligrama, that is one of his ammonite, it's even every household they will have it. So that Surya is quartz. As Ganesha is in sandstone, or in some places cornelian also. In North India they use cornelian. In South India we use sandstone. And they be pyrite. It is also a mineral stone. That is also available in Central India. That is used there. So this is the 5 things. You can see Shiva in the center. In this corner you are seeing another Ganesha. That is sandstone. And then in this side, this may change their position according to their requirements. You say the other side, Saligrama, and also Spatika representing, that is Surya. This is a form and formless. Many types of Shivalingas are under worship here. In the Saligrama is also form and formless. Rupa, says worship was there. It is continuing. The tradition is even for, if at all you face it even for 2000 years old, it is a continuous tradition even now. Of course, she showed the Mandakapata, one of the places where the stone came. We not only find here, we find this crystallization taking place in other countries also. We are finding these famous inscriptions of the Dinaja. Of this, there he records this Agastya's image was made of wood earlier. He replaces it with a stone. That is there is inscriptions. That is in Java. That is East Java. You can see Kimkala, inscriptions of Kimkala. Again, Kabul inscription is there. There also we are finding there is Afghanistan. We find a stone image of Ganesha was that is installed there. This is that very important inscriptions. And then we find this very important phase where we find Chidambaram, that is one of the very important place for the Saivites. And also there is another very important place where we will find the amalgamation of all these Rupa, Arupa and Rupa. That is a very important thing. We find the type of devotees or the aspirants living in central India. They were all known as Urda Saivas. Urda Saivas are the people, that is, they believed in Shiva in a dancing form, contemplating Shiva in their heart, Hridaya Kosha, as a formless. With his Bijaksharas, they can attain liberations. So that is the contemplation they have to do for a long time. These set of people came to Tamil Nadu and settled there. You can see it. Of course, Suddha Saiva, they were supposed to be Suddha Saiva philosophers. And all tattvas, Siva tattvas are ultimately contemplated in particular positions, in particular part of Nataraja. And that Nataraja itself was in the Hridaya Koshas, in the formless form, in their Atma Kosha. So that place is also known as, that is, Siva dancing should be, of course, Siva dancing should be contemplated. Nataraja itself is a great concept where you can find, of course, we don't go to that particular aspect here, but Siva himself is having all the three forms. That is even so many people have interpreted, especially Kumar Anandaswamy has interpreted in a nice way. So there's a Chit Ambalam. That is, you have to contemplate this, that is, the formless form of Shiva in your Chit. That is, the temple is also known as Chittambalam. Chitrambalam. That is, in Tamil, it is known as Chitrambalam. In Sanskrit, it is Chitrambalam. You can find other names given to Chidambaram as Chitsabha, Vyagrapura, that is another traditions. Perimeter use. Dharasram, it is very important name. The Dharasram means within the heart there is a heart. So this Shiva lives and dances there. That is the thing. So there we have got 5 elements. As she told us, 5 rudimentary elements are there. In Tamil Nadu we got 5 places where all the 5 elements are separately worshipped. It's Prithvi, Apu, Vayu, Tejas and Akasam. For Prithvi, Kanchipuram, like that it goes. For Akasha, that is Kosa, we find Chidambaram as the Chatra, where how to worship this Akasha, that is what to contemplate Akasha. That is the ancient people have very, very carefully done. This is the temple, that is the Chidambaram, where 2 sabhas are there. In the Chitsabha, they have kept all the 3, you can see. And this is Nataraja, not that from that temple, from some other temple. See here, they have shown this Akasha by how to show the Akasha. Akasha is all pervasive, it is with you, it is everywhere. But how to show it? That is how to make it as Akasha Kshetra. But Prithvi, they can show this Prithvi, they miss earth. But though they have shown a space between the wall and a screen as Akasha. That is, which is there in that Akasha is everywhere. That is, what the cosmos are there, it is there. That is, macrocosm to microcosm it comes. So it is there. So they have denoted that by a small bilva, that is silva, that is nothing to do, golden silva, that is nothing to do it. But the space is there shown. Space is the Akasha. That Akasha is there within you also. This is the concept of showing this Akasha. Of course, we are seeing this Nataraja, of course, we have not seen. Seen there is a linga also under worship there, that is in the same Sabha. You get a Spatika linga. I could not come back to that. Of course, there is Spatika linga. So they have got a Shiva in the form of dancing Shiva, in the form, that is full-fledged form. Nataraja himself is a concept which we can discuss hours together, how all the 3 concepts are put together in Tattva is different. But again, you are having is the Arupam, that is Akasam, and against Rupa Rupam, Linga is worshipped there. Of course, it is indicated by a space between the wall, that what I told you. Akasha space is formless, it is also known as Chidambara Rakasya. Chidambara Rakasya, that is Rakasya, everybody knows it, everybody has it. But still then it is a Rakasya. Unless otherwise it you invoke, and also that is you understand, you have the wisdom to understand. That is, it is the akasa which you are having. The macrocosm thing is in your microcosm. It is, you cannot understand it. But it is there. That is, everybody knows. But everybody is not knowing also unless otherwise they have a real wisdom. This is the concept of Chidambara Rakasya. That is the thing people say generally Chidambara Rakasya, which is known to everybody, but it is not revealed. So while this, the iconic forms of Lord Nataraja and his concerts correspond to the formed Sarupa form, the state of Supreme Being, that is also represented. The Spadiga, the crystal linga is there inside, which is worshipped daily for 6 times in a day. Linga is done. That is Rupa Rupam. And then formless Rupa Rupa, that is we are having a formless Rupa state of this Chidambara Rakasya. So this is things. The contents of this microcosm and macrocosm are one and the same is the principle formless to form. This is things that is finally, that is we have to conclude only with this Tirumular, where he says, Andarthil ulladu pindathilum undu. That is whatever you seeing in the world is within you also. This is what I told you, there is Sokamayada Bagusyam Prajayayeti. It became many. It is one thing is many is one. That is the thing, formless to form. This is the concept which we perceive in Tamil Nadu. So I am very much thankful to the Madam Devadi and her team for giving me an opportunity not only to make this exchange, some of the views, ideas, but also to meet my old colleagues and also the young scholars who are coming up in the department. And also I remember 50 years back I worked here, Madam, for some time as a curator. At that time, curator was separate cadre. So in the museum I worked. So a long association with this place is there. So I'm very happy you have given me an opportunity. Also you are celebrating the 75th year of this. I'm also 75 years old. So it is unanimous. So I'm very much thankful to you for all these things. I'm very happy to see all my old colleagues. It is Archaeological Survey, which was, when I joined it was a small department. It is, archaeology means nobody was knowing it. Now everybody is knowing, so you continue your things, our blessings are there, our good wishes are always there. Thank you all, sir.
Thank you, Satyamurthy ji, for enlightening us about these temples and about Roop, Aroop and that mixture. And it's a really, what a wonderful coincidence that it is not only Satyamurthy ji, but Chudamani ji is also running in 75. So it's a really a Amrit Utsav, not only for Azadi ka, but our speakers also. So now we have a few minutes before we break for tea. We had such a wonderful talks. I am sure there must be many questions, queries. So now the floor is open. If there are some pointed questions, in case of questions, please tell the speaker and very pointed questions so we can take few questions. Anyone, feel free. Yeah, Nagi Reddy ji.
So I am not venturing to question on from formless to form. That is very difficult and philosophical outlook which I didn't experience so far. But this is one point is this is again not a question to Professor Kailash Rao ji. I want to appreciate him just to make out a wonderful research of various forms that were experimented on the wall of different temples which were lost sight of by many researchers. So that I want to compliment him, and the youngsters who are here, the torch bearers of tomorrow's research and carry forward their mission and vision of Archaeological Survey of India, that please follow your teacher. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question?
Yeah. Not a question actually, but just to add to different connotations of Rupa Arupa spoken by the scholars now. Now I remember Santa Gyaneshwara of 12th, 13th century from Maharashtra. And while describing the temple of Kailasa at Ellora, he says in his Amritanubhav, the treatise that he composed, देव देऊळ परिवारू कीजे कोरुनी डोंगरू तैसा भक्तीचा व्यवहारू का न व्हावा. I means the temple, the god, and all the other beings that are carved on the temple, they are all from the same form of the stone. Why can't be the business of bhakti simply be like that? So you are the god, you are also the abode of God, and you are also the devotee. So I just remember that. I thought that was quite relevant to this session. Thank you.
Thank you. It reminded me, this thing was the lecture of M.N. Deshpande ji, and he spoke on that, and that was a wonderful lecture. Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
With reference to your lecture about the Yajna Sala, there is a reference in the Satpat Brahmin that is, the part of the Yajurved, that the performer of the Ashwamedha, he has to play 3 self-composed raga on the veena before final phase of the yajna. So this is the compliment.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, yes. He should be a musician also. The Yajamana, who is the
And the 3 ragas.
yeah, 3 ragas. Yes.
3 different ragas.
Yeah, he is the Agnihotri, but he should also know the music. And yeah, just to add with the, I think comment by Nagireddy, yeah. Just I would like to bring to your notice that these forms of the temples which you see, which Kailash Rao has presented, most of them we find on the Kalyan Chalukyan, they are the wall decorations of Kalyan Chalukyan. And it was, you must be all of you knowing that, Professor Dhakiji's book, Temple Forms, is based on these, temple forms, which an inscription, only inscription in India, which talks about the forms of the temple, that is in Kubaturu and Holalu. In these 2 places, we find all the names of that, Bhumija, Nagara, and Dravida, and Varata, and Kunjara, all these names are there. Yeah. No, but in that inscription I am telling you. So that is the only inscription you find, even the names of the, forms of the temples are found. So just to, on basis of that, he has written that big book, Temple Forms. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, I go first. Sorry, I just wanted to add to what both of you had said. Somebody also talked about, the formless to the form being an evolution. But to me, when I hear all of you, one thing becomes clear, which is temple was formed in the human mind first. I think that is where the structure was formed. I think what came out is a manifestation of what was there inside. So I think that to me is fascinating. How did the humans actually perceive the deity to be of a certain way, or the structure to be of a certain way? And then the way, from the very rudimentary to the larger one. And just one point I wanted to add to what you said. When you talk about structurally, temples have grown bigger, more complex, adding more layers and layers to it. But even within, I would really love SPA or even ASI, youngsters, as we talked about, to be focusing on specific points of research in temples. For example, this Dwarapalas always fascinated me. Why is that different Dwarapalas? Like Pallava Dwarapalas are very different. Cholas are a lot more ferocious. Somebody else was, a little more easier to look at. So what is the story behind them? So I think, there are those little aspects of these temples which they themselves can become, a phenomenal research in themselves. Yeah, thank you.
What Professor Ma'am and my Guruji Satyamurthy sir said, actually this human body, our images are carved in one of the Navatala. This is the one tala. So the entire body is divided into 9 talas. So like that, the temple also based on the human body itself. Because we are the living temple of God. That is the temple and the living.
I would like to just add what Dr. Chudamani has said about with regard to the inscription. That is the only inscription which states that the Sthapati was very well versed with all the types of, that is the 9 types of temple forms. That is the only landmark inscription upon which Professor Dakiji has written that entire book. Another aspect which I would like to add to Kailash Rao's paper is that not only on the walls of the temples of Kalyani Chalukya period, we find the miniature models, but usually they are called the, inside the temple in the Navaranga portion or the Mantapa, we have the Devakostakas. Even the Devakostakas also have been, have different forms. Probably which you would have noticed. Besides that, the Lalata portion also have the depiction of 5 types of shikaras. Even the Vesara is one such. Especially when we have worked on the entire Karnataka. I would like to introduce myself. I am Dr. C. Vasudevan, a professor of Ancient History and Archaeology from this university. We have surveyed the entire northern Karnataka, village to village survey we have carried out, and brought out the encyclopedia of temples of each district. So most of the temples which you have referred, we have seen, particularly in Haveri district, we have more than 540 Kalyana Chalukya temples. So in most of them, on Lalata portion, we notice this particular, forms, temple forms. That's one. And another small correction that you might carry out, you mentioned that it is Hire Hadaganahalli, but actually it is Hire Hadagali. It is Hire Hadagali. So that you can make out.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alok Tripathi. You know, we've been talking about temple models in a whole lot of questions and in the session that preceded. Whether we spoke from the point of view of the structural, language, or whether we spoke about it from the metaphysical, philosophical aspect of the formless to the form. Essentially, we were talking about prototypes and models and their expansions, right from Professor Hardy's talk this morning. So I have a request for the Archaeological Survey of India. There's a huge lost language of temple architecture, which is crucial to understanding our connections even with Southeast Asia. So there is a language in brick, there's a language in timber, it came up all the time. And where are the possibilities of exploring them really? The possibilities lie on the, he pointed out just now about the Lalata Bimba carrying temple models. Ajanta caves have a lot of temple models. So we really don't, we don't need to begin with Hoysalas or Kalyani Chalukyas. We have the lost language on the miniature temple models of a much earlier period. And I think unless and until very serious research happens on that, we are at a loss of understanding both the ROUTES roots and the ROOTS roots of our connections with Southeast Asian temples as well. So that's a huge lacuna that needs to be taken up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Even Draksharama temple at Draksharama in Andhra Pradesh also has a miniature temple model, cave model. Yes, small, very small, this one. Alampur also we have. At many places we have such this one. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had number of wonderful presentations and equally wonderful discussion. One thing is very clear, that now we are trying to look beyond that routine or traditional style what we were following. And you are in Delhi, you are always welcome. ASI SI is always very happy to collaborate and work with all scholars who want to do in this field or any other field related to archaeology. So please do interact and let us work together what we can do. It's not only you, means it's open to everyone. Yeah. We should carry forward it. Yeah. Yeah.
Unanswered.
Definitely. So see, the purpose of this conference and other conference which we are planning is to bring all scholars or even the people who are working in these areas to bring together, have an open discussion and what we can do. And we are not that we alone can do only, because we have our own things. So definitely in collaboration with all the scholars, all those interested, and DG is very much here, so everything is.
Why do you think all of you are here? You are all our captive collaborators. So we're very keen to take this discussion seriously forward.
So we will continue with this, and this is just the beginning, as we have said it. And then we have a vision up to 100 years of independence. So we have 25 years to work together and revive all those what we have lost or what we have to try our best as a nation, not as an institution or as a professional. So as a nation, we have to revive all our knowledge, whatever all we know, what we don't know. So let us start a new journey collectively. So I thank everyone who have very patiently participated, all the speakers who have given very wonderful deliberations, and all those listeners, because without you, there cannot be a conference. So thanks to all of you. Now we break for a tea. 15 minutes, and then we start our next session.
Dr. Murugan Nambirajan sir, Joint Director General ASI, to the dais.
Good evening, everybody. I'm finding that there are some people still standing outside. I request all of them to please come inside and take your chairs. So welcome to the second academic session, Evolution of Temple Styles. We have 5 papers in this session, 3 online and 2 physical. The first paper is from Professor Sanjay Acharya. Is he online, Kiran? Kiran? Is online, yes. So you can start the presentation. The title of the paper is Evolution of Odyssean Temple Architecture. I think all the audience is energized now after a cup of tea and ready to listen to the papers on evolution of temple styles. Professor Sanjay Acharya. You can start your presentation, sir. Shall we wait? Yeah, that's right. Just 1 minute. Whatever. Okay, there are some issues it seems. Now, I would invite Vishaka Kavathekar to present her paper, Evolution of Temples in Central India, Learnings from Bhutanath Temple Complex at Ashapuri, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Vishaka was with us ASI for some time, working as a consultant in the headquarters. Now she is the head of the Department of Conservation, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. She has done a lot of work in Khajuraho area, and she is making a presentation on the research work done by her. Vishaka, you can make your presentations now.
Yes, today is a homecoming for me in lot of sense. All young colleagues which were there have become SAs, directors, and it's good to meet all of them after a long time. I am also proud that I was associated with Archaeological Survey of India, and it has given me an insight into an organization which works under tremendous pressures. So, while I rejoice myself as a researcher, I also am aware that a lot of research which can happen outside actually aids to the institute which is responsible for protecting the monuments in our country. So I find this as a step forward, and of course I shall always be thankful for inviting me. Today we are going to go through a journey of evolution of temples in central India, and I'm primarily sharing my learnings from Bhutanath Temple Complex at Ashapuri, Madhya Pradesh. As Professor Hardy was saying in his first lecture, that Bhumij is a very consciously involved temple typology. It is also that it is a mix of Nagar and Dravid temple traditions. And the Kuta Stamba actually is what springs from the ground and reaches the Amlaka above. That's why also it is called as Bhumij. another slide just to show that it is not Shekhari, but it is Bhumij. What makes Bhumij interesting is the elements. So if you can see that the Bhadra, which is being called in Naga tradition, is also known as Shala in Bhumij. And this Shala is very much Dravid in its nature. That makes it apart from the Naga tradition temples. Also, some of the iconography and ornamentation is very typical to the Bhumij temples. The Bhumij temples more or less are spread from Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. But we attribute a lot of the formation of this style to central India, that is Madhya Pradesh, because many of the Bhumij temples were constructed in Madhya Pradesh during the 11th century. Professor M.N. Deshpande in his research paper had written that there is some connection between the Bhojpur and the Samarang Sutradhar, and Professor Hardy has then taken the work forward through his book Theory and Practice of Temple Architecture in Medieval India, where he has worked on Bhojpur drawings and also, ये आगे चला गया, थोड़ा पीछे आएंगे? नहीं, ठीक है, हाँ. So there is this 2 voluminous work which is there, which we can refer to. Lot of talk about Samarangan Sutradhar from morning itself. Yes, it is a very important temple text, and all details about the Samarangan Sutradhar are shown here, that it has 83 chapters, and chapter number 55 to 65 really deal with temple traditions. What today I'm going to discuss is only the chapter 65, which focuses on Bhumij temples. So if we look through the chapter of 65, then we come to know this chapter has 16 temple types which are being described. 4 are square types, 7 are circular types, 5 are Ashtashala types. So if we go through the text, we come to know that this text is actually a text which describes drawings or the concept of the temple. So through the Sanskrit shlok, you have to actually interpret it, draw it, adjust it, and then the Bhumij temples can be formulated. So it gives you the measurements and geometries, which is proportions and divisions, and the progression of temple forms starts from one temple and goes to another temple. But in the shlok, intelligently, they do not repeat the text. So if there are certain measurements of the first temple type which have already been given, then the person will tell you to refer to that text. So you cannot pick up a temple and take the description and draw. You have to start the journey from the first temple and then go forward. Dhaki sirs and Krishnadeva Raya sirs' work on temple architecture is really a Bible, because both have created a vocabulary which was lost somewhere, and it is very important that we understand the vocabulary if we have to understand the Samarangan Sutradhar. So this is the different kinds of definitions that are being used. Vedibandh, Janga, Varandika, Shikhar and Ghanta are constant throughout all temples. And this is the entire various kinds of words that are being used towards understanding the text. So before you really start reading the text, you have to understand the various terminologies associated with it, and as well as you have to know Sanskrit. Here I would like to tell you that we have done our interpretation of the work, but it is still open. If you can understand Sanskrit, if you understand the vocabulary, maybe a very different version can come out of it. Please, if you want to get into this research, please go ahead and do the research of it. As we have seen, the Garbhagriha is usually divided into 10 bhags. This bhag, 6 is the Garbhagriha, 2 are the walls. Depending on this basic dimension scheme, the entire temple divisions are organized into. So the other temple for Malvika, you have seen the 10 has to be further divided into 12. So the 10 constant is always there, and the one division of it is a bhag which we have to go on interpreting. This is a very simple version of the temple, the Nishad temple, the first one. But the very first next He then tells you to divide 12 into 19 and a half. So what we have to understand is that in this Samarangan Sutradhar, the intricacy is by dividing more divisions to a standard division. So it is not about really scaling it very high, it is also about the intricacy that you have to achieve. The second thing that Samarangan Sutradhar text tells you, the Venu Kosha, which is really the curve of the temple. So it will tell you that it is 6 times more than the 10 bhagas. So it is really 60. It can go varying from temple to temple. So that is the Venu Kosha. As discussed earlier, the circular type, it actually, you can do it 2 ways. By protruding out or draw a circle and then you get the konas and then you create that konas. The other part is the Ashtashala type where it will only revolve with circles. So he will tell you what is the dimension of the smaller circle and how you have to organize it. Accordingly, the plans have to be adjusted. So I'm just going to show you the various drawings which are feasible. So these are the 4 types of square temples that are possible. These are the circular types, the 7 types. So it starts with a very simple plan, but it goes on division, 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 and so is it getting very intricate. And in the Ashtashala type, there are only 3 temple types. But what is different between swastika and Vajra swastika is really the type of ornamentation. Harmatalaya, it says that the manjiris has to be Dravid. In Gandha Mandana, it says that the shalas have to be Dravid, while in Udayat Kala, it is said that the shalas have to be Nagar in its form. Is it only the text? No, it is also seen that it is in practice. So you have existing examples matching the division system. The most famous of them was the Panchabhumi Pancharatha, Pancharatha in plan and Panchabhumi, and Saptarath in plan and Saptabhumi. So, Samarangan Sutradhar is really a text from which you draw. And while you draw, you have to really do some compromises, deduction, and here all your innovation comes into being. Connections to Bhojpur are very strong. So what you see on the drawings on the rocks in Bhojpur, you actually see it built. This is the temple drawing, which is there just in front of the Garbhagriha. When it was drawn to scale, we found that it follows the dimensions of Samarangan Sutradhar. And other drawings of Bhojpur, we found many evidences of what is being drawn in Bhojpur in Ashapuri. So we started connecting ourselves to Ashapuri. The importance of Bhutnath complex in Ashapuri is that the site shows you a construction for 400 years, which is from 9th century to 12th century. So it is really the Nagar temple. It is a period where there is an intermingling of Nagar and Bhumij temple, and the last are the Bhumij temple. So if we look at the temples which are there, the plinths tell us that there are these very small temples, very simple with Garbhagriha and Mandap. And this is temple number 12, which is really in form of the mandap, and this is temple number 3. So they all belong to the first phase of Nagar construction. This is temple number 20 in Ashapuri. So they all belong to the first phase of Nagar temples. They are quite a lot over there. They were constructed in 9th to 10th century. Now this is the second phase of Nagar tradition, where you see now that the temple forms are getting complicated, but the ornamentation is also getting complicated. So there are Gavaksha and the intricate Gavaksha that is there. And there is this lot of iconography and ornamentation which is there, which really tells us that this is the time when we are moving from Nagar tradition towards the Bhumij temples. So here is the second phase where there are some 5 more temples which are added, and these are 10th century, again Naga temples. Here I must tell you that whenever I used to go on site, they used to say Pratihar temple and Parmar temple, and I was unable to understand what is Pratihar and Parmar. After my work, I understood they are dynastically Pratihar and Parmar, but it is basically Pratihar are Nagar temples and Parmar is the Bhumij temples. So here are a few examples of the Bhumij temples, very elaborate plans, very elaborate decorations. So we can see that there are these 4 temples of Bhumij style now, which are the Parmar times. So we really see 400 years of temple tradition, all in one site, built just next to each other, and there are 26 temple plinths which are like this. So after doing the Samarangan Sutradhar and studying the temples at the site, we have to take the site to the future. What do we do about it? Is this knowledge of Samarangan Sutradhar really usable? That is what we were trying to say. So what is the text trying to tell us? The text tells us the size and shape of the temple. We have plinths, so we have plans in hand. So with this plan, now you can anticipate what could be the height of the temple. Then you could also find out deity of the temple in some temples, iconography and architectural members. We started drawing up the plans of what it existed and then started to place ruins as per the plans that were there. We made models of elevation and then started to see whether it really matches with the ruins which are there on the site and started placing them in each other. So this is another example where the entire face of the shikhar is being found. Every stone of the shikhar is being formed, and then we are starting to put them on plans and elevations. So every piece that we found, we started to translate them into drawings. Interestingly, Samarangan Sutradhar tells us the outer elevation and how to organize it and the plan forms, but does not speak about the type of material, construction system that is to be used, or the structural knowledge system that is required to pull up the site. Therefore, Ashapuri becomes very, very important because the complete site is in ruins, and what knowledge Samarangan Sutradhar does not fill up, the ruins of the site fill that knowledge up. So therefore, we started our journey from application of the knowledge. Just to give a backdrop, before I get into the details of the work we have done in Ashapuri, it is a very small site, 6 kilometers away from Bhojpur, and there is a village through which you reach the site. If you look at the site, this is what you see. Many a times I have heard visitors say, "Yahan hum kyun aate hain? Ye patthar mein hai kya?" So that is the feeling everybody gets. This was a photograph before we started working on the project. We gradually started building up the plan and then tried to document the site as it is. So it's just fragments and fragments and fragments. Then we found there were walls which were there, and there are all these temple plinths right up to here. They count 26. If you look at this side of the slide, these are the Pratihar temples very clearly, and now you can make out the Parmar because the moldings are more sharper and the way it is organized is much more clear in its expression.
Vishaka, 4 minutes.
हो भी गए?
4 minutes.
अच्छा चलो. It was funded by World Monument Fund. अब मैं express दौड़ाती हूँ. So this is the site, the way the fragments are being seen. We started working with it and we realized that we cannot document every stone which is there. So what were the critical dimensions that were required? We tried and figured it out. We started with the crucial dimensioning. We developed a technique where we trained the students to do the critical dimensioning. These are the site sketches. This is a drawing. So if you want a drawing to be made, the drawing could be made. This is the photographs of all facades of the stone. This is the data sheet that is being made. If we found members which correlated with each other on the site, we just stitched them on the site and made a comprehensive drawing of it. We've created a database which gave us also a sense of what is the condition of the fragment. So the next part was to stitching and making the designs. So for this jangha, these are all the pieces that we found on the site to create this design. They were fitted on the site in order to make the design. This is another part. If we would have not found this stone, we would have not been able to create the design of the temple. So there are these crucial elements that we could now know, and we used it. So from this, we got the depth of the lata, and we found one pair of all these stones with the capping stones. So our work was done. So from there, we got ahead, and we created the entire elevation of the temple. So what was just lying there as stones now started speaking, and it is a temple in itself. Another view of the reconstructed temple. The red part are all missing stones. So we perfectly know now that this temple cannot be reconstructed. So, but there are a lot of temples which can be reconstructed, and the study is all available. Interestingly, all foundation stones were only straight, had straight faces. The architectural fragments with minimum ornamentation were used in Vediban. For jangas, there were these kind of jalis and a large stone of around 6 feet that were being used. Figurative statues could be either in the Vediband or in the janga, so they could be placed. And what seems, everybody told us that it is a ghat, but if you really look very carefully, then it is not the profile of a ghat. So maybe it is the step stone foundation that was required to strengthen the platform on which the temples were constructed. And what do we do with the minimum stones that we have? So there is a meaningful display because we have found this entire Venu Kosha, so we can just arrange them and a meaningful display is possible. Coming back to Bhojpur, with Samarangan Sutradhar as the text, we can make a lot of projections. So if this is the Garbhagriha of Bhojpur, then with the same knowledge, we can then study and create an elevation. So if Bhojpur would have been constructed, it would have been just that big, a massive temple, which would have been taller than Brideshwara Temple. So the whole point of this presentation is that we have already lost a lot of knowledge, and this site is full of knowledge of a Bhumij temple, which is no longer a living temple tradition. If we do not protect it, then the whole knowledge gets lost. It is a very unique example where we have explored how to look at ruins, how to study the text, how to make sense of the text, how to make projections for what kind of architecture it could be, and how to stitch the architectural fragments together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishaka. You finished it on time. Sorry for stopping you, because it's easier for me to stop a junior than a senior. Now, Professor Sanjay Acharya is online. Please, we'll have a discussion later, Vishaka. Professor Acharya?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are ready with the presentation?
Yes. First, I will be speaking a few minutes, and then I'll come to the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I'll just say a few words about you. Professor Sanjay Acharya is a former professor and head of the department, PG Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture, Archaeology, Utkal University. He has been doing research on temple architecture for decades and has got a large number of publications in journals, and he has also published a lot of books on temple architecture and epigraphy. Sanjay Acharya, please now you carry on with your presentations.
Esteemed dignitaries of today's seminar, Devayatanam, an Odyssey of Indian temple architecture, honorable speakers, moderators, participants and delegates. At the outset, let me thank the authorities of Archaeological Survey of India for having given me this opportunity to be speaking a few words on a subject of much interest, and that is on the evolution of Odyssean temple architecture. And before starting my presentation, I would like to say a few words about the manner in which I learned about Odisha, about Odissan temple architecture. Like 3 people have played very important role, and one is my professor, my guide, my mentor, Professor Karunasagar Behera. The second person is late Dr. Vijay Kumar Ratha from the State Archaeology Department. He very recently passed away due to COVID. And Dr. Jivan Kumar Patnaik from the Archaeological Survey of India itself. Like these 3 people have really played very important role in my understanding of Odissan temple architecture. Now, we all will agree that religion has always enriched the social and cultural life and challenged conventional ways of thinking. And it is thanks to them that the cultural and religious life of Odisha has a very distinctive identity of its own. Now, before coming down to my topic on evolution of Odissan temple architecture, I would like to touch a few points. That we all agree, we all know that man from time immemorial was worshipping nature in the form of wind, water, fire, rain, and these were all abstract. Like if you start defining fire or water or anything, you'll see that it was all abstract. And with the passage of time, man wanted his God in a more concrete form than abstract. And hence we see that he gave his God anthropomorphic form. And the moment he gave his God anthropomorphic form, that necessitated habitation. And we see that in the Indian context, we see that the concept of houses of God started. Devayatanam, that we say, Devayatana or Devayatanam temple started. And this structure had its regional manifestation. And we see that in the Indian context, 3 styles gradually evolving. One is the Nagara, second is the Dravida, and the third is the Vesara style. I would not dwell into the Dravida and Vesara style. I'll straight away come to the Nagara style. And we see that this style was spread over 3/4 of northern India. And the fundamental thread that seems that was common in all these temples was the curvilinear spire that we see in the tower. And this style that we see in northern India was initiated by the Guptas, followed by Orissa or Kalinga, and then the Chandelas at Khajuraho, the Pratyaharas, Paramaras that Madam was talking about. All these come within a gamut of what we call the Nagara style, North Indian style. But what is interesting, that by the 12th century, this regional style that developed, that evolved in Orissa, was being referred to as a separate style because of its prolific character. The profusion, the number of temples that were being built, we see that it was getting a separate identity for itself. And this is mentioned in an inscription in Amriteshwara Temple at Holal, very close to the location where we are having the meeting now at Hampi, very close to that place at Holal. There's in the Amriteshwara Temple, there's a reference. Adi Banerjee has very beautifully mentioned that it mentions about 3 styles, the Nagara, Dravida, and Vesara, and adds a 4th one, the Kalinga. That is, we get to know that beyond the 3, a 4th style has gradually evolved, and this style was that of Orissa or that of Kalinga. Even Ferguson, right, he also mentions about the contribution of Odissan temples to the Indian fabric when he writes that Odisha had more number of temples than the rest of Hindustan put together. That itself is a pointer that Odisha had carved out for itself a very distinct place as far as temple architecture is concerned. Normally it is regarded that the style that evolved in Odisha was a subclass of the Nagara style. But rather we can put it this way, that this was a regional ramification of the Nagara style. Now I would very briefly talk and touch about a few Sripa texts that we have in Odisha, from which we get references about the manner in which temples to be constructed and the types of temples that we have in Odisha. Like these Sripa texts are, one is Bhuvana Pradipa, second is Sripa Prakasa, third is Sripa Ratna Koshna, and there are other texts which I don't think, because of the shortage of time, I have to run fast. And these texts have talked about the temples, the place where it is to be located, direction, about the soil on which it is to be constructed. And one of the texts, Bhuvana Pratipa, which was published by M.K. Bose in 1932 in English, right? One of the texts mentions that Odisha had three types of temples. One is the Rekha Deura, the second is the Pidha Deura, and the third is the Khakra Deura. I'll come to that. I have all those in my PowerPoint. I will be gradually showing them. But before showing them, I just want to give an idea that beyond these three, Odisha actually has two more types. One is the Gaudiya style, which normally is seen in Bengal, in Vishnupur, and these temples are seen in Mayurbhanj. In Haripur Gada, you have these temples, these Gaudiya temples, and it was definitely an influence of Bengal in Odisha. And the fifth type that we have are circular temples or hyperthral temples, where you have the Chaucity Yogini temples. And Odisha, I think we must all agree that Odisha is lucky in the sense that it has two of these temples, one at Ranipur, Jhariyal, Ranipur in Bolangir district, and the second very close to Bhubaneswar at Hirapur. Right? These are circular temples where you have the yoginis being worshipped. Before again going into the topic, I would again touch and tell about another aspect of Odishan temple, and that is the material that was being used. The material that was being used in the construction of these temples. You see, majority of these temples that we see were built of sandstone. And maybe sandstone was being used because it was a softer stone, it was more ductile, finer workmanship could be done. Jagannath temple at Puri and the Sun temple at Konark, along with the Madhavananda temple at Madhava near Niyali, very close to Bhubaneswar, right? These are built of chondrolite. Then in Orissa, there are also some brick temples in Prachi Valley and at Ranipur, the Indralat temple. These are brick temples. Fluorite has also been used, or black stone, locally we call it as Muguni, has been also used in one of the temples in Orissa, that is at Khiching in Mayurbhanj, the Kichakeshwari temple, dated to around 11th, 12th century AD, which was completely dilapidated and it was restructured. Iron has also been very profusely used in Odishan temples. You see that these are in later temples, like for example, in the Sun temple at Konark, we see beams have been used to support the structure. Odishan temples are basically of the astyler order, that is without supporting pillars, and they are of the dry masonry order, that is in the sense that is no bonding material has been used. Now I would like to also mention one more aspect, that Odishan temple, when like we see, starts from about the 5th, 6th century to almost the 13th century. We see that it's a process of evolution. It's a process of development, and this entire period can be divided into three phases. One is the early phase, that is 6th, 7th to almost 9th century. The second is the transitional phase, 10th century, and the third is the mature phase, that is from 11th to 13th. And we must all also know that these phases are not watertight compartments. In fact, each has influenced the other and has passed on features to the next phase, which has been carried forward, developed, and which has been refined and beautified. We will see these in the pictures. Interestingly, in Odisha, between this period where we see the majority of the temples being built, the style evolving, that is 6th to 13th, we see that 4 dynasties mainly have what you call contributed in the creation of these temples. They are the Saradbhavas, the Bhomakaras, the Somavansis, and the Gangas. They are politically, dynastically different But when we look at their contribution to temple architecture, each has carried forward what the other has done. Where the other left, the next dynasty that comes in has carried forward. It's something like a relay race, one carrying the baton and giving it to the next for further development. So that is something, again, very, very interesting. And when we start looking into the development of the evolution of Odissan temple architecture, sculptures also play a very important role. In the sense, it's not just architecture which helps us in putting them into a chronology, in putting them in a sequence. Sculptures also have helped us. Sculptures also help us in dating or in tentatively putting up a chronology for the temple. It is, like it has been very nicely said, that art is the very soul of an architectural monument. These decorative motifs have helped us immensely in working out a chronology for Odisha. And the period between 1st century, now I think I'll go in for the PowerPoint presentation, and the rest I'll be talking. Is it visible, the PowerPoint? Is
full
the PowerPoint
screen
visible?
Yeah, visible. Please make it full screen.
Okay, sir. Right. This period between 1st century to 5th, 6th century, like often in early books have been mentioned as a dark age for Odisha in Odissan context. But that is not true. With the recent explorations and excavations that have been done, we have seen that during this period, Buddhist and Jaina architecture was at its best. Langudi, Lalitgiri, Udayagiri, Ratnagiri, and a host of other places have evolved during this period. So saying that from the 1st century to the 6th century, it was a dark age in Odissan context is not correct. This is the first rock cut sculpture that we find in Odisha, which is dated to the Ashokan period. And below this, this is the forepart of an elephant that we see emerging from the rock at Dhauli. And this is the first monolithic sculpture as far as Odisha is concerned. And below this is the inscriptions of Ashoka. This is a contemporary location, Sisupalagada in Bhubaneswar, which is contemporary to the to about 261. The Kalinga War was held, and this fort, which is one of the earliest fort as far as India is concerned, Sisupalagada, it was already in existence. This is the present status of the structure, and this is another very interesting image that I'm showing. And here we have an inscription. Here we have an inscription of a king by the name of Kharavara. He has only one inscription, which is dated to the 1st century BCE. And very interestingly, here in this inscription, he mentions about that he repaired temples. He writes that Sabha Devayatanam. Probably this is, I don't know, and I am not very sure about if this is the first reference to Devayatanam. Here in his inscription he writes that he repaired Sabha Devayatanam. But unfortunately, we do not have any evidence of any temple or structure to this which can be dated to this period. Most probably during that period, the temples that he repaired were built of perishable material and have perished. So this is the region of Udayagiri, and these are the Buddhist manifestations that we have from 1st to the 6th. I'll just give you a very fast view of these, and then I'll come down to the temples. This is Lalitgiri, the apsidal structure. This is the stupa from where the caskets were found. This is Udayagiri, a beautiful place. This is site 2 of Udaygiri. This is Ratnagiri, one of the largest largest monasteries as in the eastern part of the country. This is the stupa at Ratnagiri. And now I come down to the text that I was talking about. It talks about Rekha, Pidha and Khakra. This is a typical Rekha Deula as far as Odisha is concerned, as far as the Kalingan style is concerned. This is a Rekha Deula where it tapers towards the top. It moves on in a curvy linear manner, and near the top it curves. So when we see such sort of a structure, we say that this is a Rekha Deula, and this is a Pidha Deula in the local terminology, which is mentioned in the Silpa texts of Orissa. This is a Pidha Deula in receding steps. Together they make a temple. Rekha Deula and a Pidha Jagamohana. This Jagamohana is also referred to as the Mukhasara, or even at times it's also referred to as the Bhadra Deula. This is the third style, which we call as the Khakra Deula, and when we see such sort of a structure, one can very comfortably say that these structures house basically a female divinity. Very comfortably one can say that inside this structure these temples were dedicated to female divinities. These are Khakra Deula. And this is the Gaudiya style. This is the Gaudiya style, which I was just talking about, influence of Bengal. This is the structure that we have at Haripur Gauda, Mayurbhanj. And this is the Chosari Yogini Temple at Herapur near Bhubaneswar. It's a circular temple which houses the 64 yoginis, and this is one of the best preserved yogini temples as far as Odisha is concerned. So these are the 5 temples style that we see as far as Odisha is concerned. And here is a typical what we say Rekha Deula, right? Rekha Deula, and here you find the principal segments of the temple. The temple basically, like earlier we were just talking, that it's conceived as a cosmic Purusha and divided in terms of a human body. And this is the Bada. It's basically 3 divisions: Bada, Gandi and Mastaka. And Bada again, this is the drawing that I'm showing is that of a mature temple, basically of the 12th century. So when we see these, after like having an idea, once you conceive all the segments, and if you see a temple which doesn't have any of these elements, then one can very comfortably say that this is an earlier temple. Like this is the Bada, which is divided, it is a Pancha Anga Bada. You have again the Pabhaga, Talajangha, Bandhana, Uparajangha and Baranda. And in earlier temples, this 5-fold division is 3. You have a Pabhaga, you have a Jangha, the Bandhana is missing, and in place of the Baranda, you have the Kanti. So when you look at these elements, these features in a temple, one can very comfortably date the temple. Date the temple to which period it belongs: early phase or transitional or later phase, mature phase. And this is the Gondi. And then like the face, here you have the Beki, which is the neck. This is the Ammalaka. Then you have the Khapuri, and then the Kalasa, and on top of the Kalasa the pot, and on top of this you basically have the Ayudha, which denotes and clearly shows to which divinity it is dedicated. Interestingly, in Orissa you have Saiva temples and Vaishnava temple, both in Rekha style. But when you look at the Ayudha, you can comfortably from a distance say whether this is a Shaiva temple or a Vaishnava temple.
Professor?
Similar.
Professor?
Yes.
So
yes.
Please speed up the presentation. We have 3 minutes more.
Okay. And this is the principal segment of a Pidha Deula, similar to that of the Rekha Deula, and this is again the Khakra Deula. And now this is the first this is one of the earliest temples as far as Odisha is concerned, where you have just the Deula. You don't have any frontal porch, which we call as the Jagamona or a Mukhasala. And then this is again a drawing from Ferguson. This is the second that we have. This is the Parshurameshwar Temple, where the Pidha has not developed, and flat roof Jagamona has come in, and it is not square. Odisha, like all structures, they are basically square, excepting the Khakra Deulas. Here, the Jagamona is oblong. And I was just saying that one can see the sculptures and see how sculptures have played important role in defining a temple to which period it belongs. And this is the Swarna Jaleswar temple. These all temples belong to the early phase. And this is the next temple that we have somewhere around the 8th century. This is the Khakra temple, again from the drawings of Ferguson. And this is the present structure. These are the, you see, within a short span of time, sculpture has evolved. The manner in which he is doing his sculptures has taken a larger step than that of architecture. Even now, when you see the temples are short in height, stocky, Gothic, because maybe he doesn't have much of idea about the material that he is using, And gradually, we see that with the passage of time, when he comes to know what material he is using and what is the strength of the material, he gradually starts building larger and larger temples. This is again, this is the Chausati, this is the Varaha temple at Chorasi, a very beautiful temple, again, all belonging to the first early phase of Odishan temple architecture. And this is the deity enshrined inside. This is the next phase that we come in, the Mukteshwara temple, which has been beautifully said, a dream realized in sandstone, gem of Odishan architecture, the handsomest of the handsome. All these terminology has been used for this temple. And when we see this temple, we see that now he has gained knowledge about the material that he is using. Now proportion has come in. This temple is short, yes, but it is proportionate, it is elegant. When you look at the sculptures, they are again proportionate, they are not Gothic. They are like slenderness has come in.
Professor, please conclude. Can you hear me?
Yes,
please conclude. We have 3 more presentations after this. Sorry.
Yes, I know. Yeah. No, not to worry. The time was very short. But in any case, I think let me conclude. Like in Odisha, if you see this is by the time that you see this temple, this is the Lingaraj temple, and on side here you have the Ananta Vasudeva temple, both in in one location. And when you see this temple is being built in the 11th century AD by the Somavansis, when this temple is being built, we see that the style has matured, it has crystallized. And what we see next in the Jagannath temple and that of the Sun temple at Konark, we see that they are just extension of, this is the Sun Jagannath temple at Puri, and this is the Sun temple at Konark. They are just extension of the Lingaraj temple, but in a much, much larger scale. This is a very recent photograph of the Sun temple at Konark, which is at present like one of the heritage sites. Anyway, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for an exhaustive lecture on Odishan architecture, art, and decorative art. Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting you because we are running out of time.
Yes, not to worry, sir.
Next one. Sundara is there? Is there? Professor Sundara? Professor
Yes, I'm here.
You can hear me?
Yes,
Upload.
I can hear you.
Sir, you are ready with the presentation?
Yes.
Professor Sundara. Namaste. This is Nambirajan. We are all here eagerly waiting to listen to you. You heard the claps, that shows the affection all of us have for you. Professor Sundara ma'am, for the benefit of our DG ma'am and other young students, he was with us in ASI from 1957 to 1970 as exploration assistant. And then he went to Karnataka University, was there for a long time, and he was professor, retired in 1993. And later also he continued as the director of the Bijapur campus, Kannada University, for 6 years. I did my PhD under him in 1994. He was director of state archaeology also for some time of Karnataka State Archaeology Department. And after retirement, now he settled in Shimoga, and he has produced 12 PhD scholars, and he has authority on Neolithic, Megalithic in South India, and temple architecture, art, anything. Every field of archaeology you ask, he is a master. Professor Sundara, please carry on.
Namaste. I am really very happy to associate myself with the present gathering, because I am to be benefited more than the listeners. I wish to talk about temple farms and how these farms were developed in course of time. Karnataka is the most suitable place where one can understand how the temples were developed stage by stage. These places are very well known to scholars of architecture, temple architecture particularly. What I want to emphasize is how these different forms were developed in course of time. That is what we call, that is Vesara, Nagara and Dravida, 3 different types of temples from the point of view of forms. And in Pattalkal particularly, we have distinctly 2 forms. One is Nagara, that is Kashi Vishveshwara. Kashi Vishveshwara, and the other is Sangameshwara, which is typically of southern style. Now, most of these things are too well known, and I wish to point out a few more things. In the Deccan, as is well known, the Talavinyasa, that is the ground plan of the ancient temples, is invariably square or squarish. But there is an exception in the case of the installation of three Purushas, that is Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara, and the 24 forms of Vishnu. The Garbhagriha necessarily has to be rectangular. For example, the Tripurusha temple in Naregal, that is former Dharwad district, Anantashena temple in Hospet, etc. On the exterior sides are plain. The sides are straight and plain. It comprises of symmetrical projections due to the overlapping rectangular plans, that is Garbhagrahas, with a common center, or it is circular, mostly in the case of the temples of the Hoysala period. It's only in the Hoysala period the exterior is circular. In the region southwest of Badami and Pattadakal, there are temples with ground plans of 3 types: square, rectangular and circular. There are many such temples. For example, the Parameshwara temple in Konno, the plan is circular and looks like a star placed on the ground. Next slide, please. The Brahmeshwara Temple at Suri, located in the present Gadag district, is similar to that in Konnur. In the Jodu Kalashada Gudi at Suri, also located in the present Gadag district, the plan comprises of projections and recesses. This seems to be the preceding stage of the circular plan. Another noteworthy temple in the region is Panchalingeshwara. What is interesting in this temple is it is built with red sandstone, but the superstructures of all the 5 Garbhagrahas with chloride schist. As a result, the temple looks very grand and attractive, drawing the attention of any onlooker. The contrast in colors between the temple and the superstructure is distinct. There are hardly any temples comparable to this elsewhere. Next slide, please. This map shows the location of the typical 3 temples, explaining what I am going to say. The 3 temples, namely, are the Parameshwara Temple at Konnur, Brahmeshwara Temple, and Jodu Kalashadgudi in Suri. They are located in the present Gadag district, Karnataka state. Parameshwara Temple at Konnur is on Hubli-Bijapur Road, 75 kilometers north of Hubli and about 25 kilometers west of Padani. Within the temple, there is an inscription that speaks about the date of the construction of the temple. Accordingly, it is of the early 9th century. To be accurate, 860 AD. The Jodu Kalashada Gudi stands to the southwest of the village at Suri. It is a large sandstone Vikutachala with 2 shrines facing each other and connected by an open Sabha Mandapa. An inscription dated 1016 gives information about the erection of the temple and that of the Nagakunda nearby the temple. The Brahmeshwara Temple is also located in the village Suri. Next slide. Here is the picture of Parameshwara Temple in Konnur. Very simple and plain. The temple originally was large enough, consisting of probably Mukhamandapa, Sabhamandapa, Antarala, and Garbhagriha. In the course of time, the temple fell in ruins. It was later on renovated in a simple and plain way. It now consists of a hall, probably Antarala also, and Garbhagriha. The Sabha Mandapa is provided with a doorway and it is plain and simple with shakhas. The roof is throughout flat. If there was a superstructure rising over the Garbhagriha, cannot be known in the present state of its existence. The walls are plain. Next slide, please. This is the picture of the Parameshwara Temple in Konnur. You can see the star-like elevation. This is the back view of the Parameshwara Temple. The plan of the Garbhagriha is like a star. The Adhisthana comprises of a platform and 2 horizontal mouldings. The walls throughout is plain. There is no superstructure rising over the Garbhagriha. There are no indications if there was any superstructure over the Garbhagriha in the present state of its existence. This is a picture of the Brahmeshwara Temple at Suri. Next, please. The temple appears to consist of a hall and a star-like Garbhagriha, meeting each other at right angles. The walls of the hall is decorated with pilasters that are indistinct. They therefore appear plain. Next slide, please. Here is the picture of the Brahmeshwara Temple at Suri. Next, please. On the walls of the Garbhagriha, at the lower zone, are niches, each with a superstructure. At the top level are miniature figures decorating the walls. At the topmost level, from above the Garbhagriha, are kudos all along. This also in plan is like a star. The lower portion of the Sabha Mandapa shows clearly the Adhisthana with 4 horizontal mouldings. On the wall there are niches with superstructure over the cell. Next please. This is the picture of Sudi at Sudi, the Jodu Kalashada Gudi at Sudi. You can see 2 temples. They are facing each other with a Sabha Mandapa and Antarala in between. It looks very grand and simple, and even from a distance. This imposing temple attracts the attention of an onlooker from a distance owing to its size and form. It consists of 2 Garbhagrihas, Antaralas, with a Sabha Mandapa in between. Both the Garbhagrihas look similar to each other, but for the size. One of them is bigger than the other, proportionately. The superstructure of the 2 Garbhagrihas from a distance look alike, but in reality different from each other. The Sabha Mandapa is not uniformly the same. On the left side of the Sabha Mandapa is what looks like Antarala. On the other side of the Sabha Mandapa, there is no structure between it and the Garbhagriha. On the walls of the Garbhagrihas are decorative niches, and the temple complex looks imposing and grand. Next please. This is the picture of the Virupaksha Temple in Dumble. Here please note that not only the Garbhagriha but also the Sabha Mandapa also is in circular plan with pointed niches all round at the edge. This is a very interesting temple. The Garbhagriha and the Sabha Mandapa are both circular. It is a very rare temple with circular Garbhagrihas, more or less common, especially from the Vaisala period onwards. But the circular plan, even for the Sabha Mandapa, is hardly known, and such a temple is found in a place called Dumble. The second interesting point in this temple is the circular exterior plan consisting of triangular projections all along. The result is that both the Garbhagrihas and the Sabha Mandapa look like a star. Next please. Now, considering all these points and also the different parts of the temple, we may say that it appears that this region is the originator of the subsequent circular plan. But for this important region, the temples of the type described above would not have been possible. It would not have been possible to place the development of circular plan. Though it appears to be a different type of plan, not comparable to those of the preceding periods, in reality, it is in continuation of the preceding tradition. Indirectly, this region has provided a link between the early and late Chalukya temple tradition. It therefore needs to be studied in detail to understand the development of temple architecture through the ages in the region. Thank you. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಆಡಿಯೋ ಕೆಲಸಲ್ಲ.
Sir, Namaskaram, sir. I am your student. Sir, regarding circular plan, circular temple plan, we have 3-4 examples much earlier to the period you have referred. One is from the Sarnath, that is the later Mauryan circular architecture, brick remains we have found. The second is the Nagari in Rajasthan, that Narayan Vatika, Sankarshan Vasudeva Abhyam inscription is found there. So these two are the much earlier evidences of circular temple architecture. Sir, your comments, sir.
Thank you so much. Please let me have the exact locations for my information.
Sir, Sarnath excavated site in Varanasi and Nagari in Rajasthan, that is the famous Narayan Vatika circular temple, where one inscription is found, Sankarshan Vasudeva Abhyam Namah. District Bijolia of Rajasthan.
Any other question, or we'll close the paper? Is disconnected? Thank you, Professor. We had an excellent talk on the temple architecture, on circular evolution of circular plan. Thank you very much for taking time and giving this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One announcement for the ASI officials. Secretary Culture is reaching very soon, and he would like to address all the essays and SAICs present here. So all of you should be here. If anybody has gone out, call them back. Yeah. We carry on with our session. Is online ready? Next presentation is by Professor Amar Singh on decorative art in the temples of Central India. Online. Professor Amar Singh is a retired professor from the Department of Ancient Indian History and Archaeology, University of Lucknow. He was also with the State Department of Archaeology, Uttar Pradesh, for a long time. And he has got a lot of publications in Hindi and English on various aspects of architecture, fort architecture, secular architecture or temple architecture and religion. Professor Amar Singh, you can carry on with your presentation now.
Thank you.
Professor, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Namaskar to everybody. My title is Decorative Art in Central Indian Temples. Decorative art is to beautify an object such as building, residential or religious buildings, furniture, clothes, ornament, weapon, any tool, human body. Purpose of decorative art. Decorative art is directly related to aesthetic sense. Decoration makes a thing or object beautiful, which is soothing to eyes, pleasing to heart, and purifying the mind. This state of pleasure and purity leads to righteousness or positivity. Beauty leads to happiness, peace, purity, saturation, bliss, and ultimately to moksha. Decorative motifs, secular and religious. Geometrical designs, floral designs, flowers, symbols like Ghat Pallo, Padma, Makar, Kirtimukh, etc. Mythical figures, gods and goddesses, beaded strings, human and animal figures, architectural motifs such as Chaitya window, Chandrasala, Tulapeet, Hoot, Sala, Panjar, etc. In temples, ornamentation is used for the beautification of empty space. Decorative motifs, either secular in character or decorative motifs, symbols, and also have religious and ritualistic significance. Later on, in due course of time, these motifs became conventional patterns during the medieval period. Various components of the temples are embellished with numerous sculptures, designs, and symbols. The beginning was made as early as in the Kushan period. We find one of the earliest excavated temples as an apsidal brick-built Nagar temple of Kushan period, having an ornamental lintel carved with Nag panel representing a Nag Purush emerging from jaws of crocodile and an elephant with a fish tail in relief from Sonk, Mathura in Uttar Pradesh. This is the figure. This is Nag and Nagi and the crocodile and the Makar. Various components of the temples are embellished with numerous sculptures, designs, and symbols. The stone temple number 17 at Sanchi is regarded as the earliest in the Gupta period. It consists of a square garbhagriha and pillared Mukhmandap. Each of the 4 pillars of the Mukhmandap has been decorated with lion capital above fluted bell instead of vase and foliage, evolved later. And below that bell is 16, 8 and 4-sided shafts right from top to bottom. The doorway of the temple has sakhas carved with scrolls, rosettes and pilaster design. These are the figures. The next temple showing comparatively more ornamented pillars, fluted vase and foliage on the capital is Kankali Devi Temple, Tigwa, almost similar to temple number 17 at Sanchi in a structural and architectural. The presence of the ornamented doorway in the temples is also marked right from the early Gupta period. It is decorated with multiple dwar sakhas, generally numbering 3 or 5, ornamented with patra, pushpa, mithun, stambh, srivaksh, and other motifs like mangal viheg, etc. The Panch Sakha doorway of Tigwa temple has Ganga and Yamuna on the top of the gems, while the door frame of Parvati temple at Natna depicts Ganga and Yamuna on the lower part of the gems. In these temples, an image of the cult deity is generally presented on the Lalat beam. The Shiv temple at Bhumra has a bust of Shiv, and the Dasavatar temple at Devgarh depicts the image of Vishnu seated on the Shesh Nag on the Lalat beam. This is doorway from Nachna, Sri Shakha doorway, and this is from the Dasavatar temple, where the Lalat beam is decorated with a seated Shesh Sai Vishnu and other Dwar Shakhas. In the temples of the Gupta period, a flat roof was provided above a square or rectangular garbhagriha or Mukhmandap ornamented with Padma Shila ceiling in some cases. For example, these temples such as Cave 7 at Udagiri in Vidsa, Amrit Cave, Udagiri, near Udagiri, and Mukundara Temple near Kota, Rajasthan, Kankali Devi Temple at Tigwa in Jabalpur district. These are the ceilings of these temples are decorated with Padma Shila. These are the figures. A few ornamented Gupta pillars with Ghat Pallo base and capital have their 4-sided lower half decorated with Kirtimukh and Ardha Padma, while octagonal part is embellished with a row of Kirtimukhas. The upper circular portion is plain, topped by Ghat Pallo capital and a square abacus above decorated with Kirtimukhas. The Ghat Pallo or Purna Ghat also appears at the base of the round pillar, and the Chakrapati represented on the sops became popular by the end of the 5th century in Mathura. This is pilaster from big temple Bhitargaon, Gupta period. This is Gupta period from Mathura, temple pilaster from Mathura, and this is round square circular pillar from Mathura having Chakrapati and a Ghat Pallo base. The Jagti or platform is an optional member and not essentially provided in all the temples. In the beginning, the Jagti was plain and simple, but in the Gupta period, in some cases, it was ornamented with kumbh, tulapit, kalas, and kapotali, moldings, and panel scenes. The Parvati temple at Nachna has kumbh, tulapit, kalas, and kapotali moldings. The Jagti of the Gupta temple at Devgarh was embellished with Ramayana and Krishna Lila scenes. This is Bhitargaon temple, and the sculpture embellishment terracottas are seen here. And this is the Dasavatar temple from Devgarh. And by the sculptural embellishment of the Jangha also started in the Gupta period, which is shown in Devgarh temple, Dasavatar temple of Devgarh, and the Bhitargaon temple. Later Gupta period, beginning of the 7th century AD, was a stage of experimentation. Architecturally, this may be called a transitional period. In spite of all Gupta influence, the temples of this period differ in form and decoration from the previous one and display some new features found later on in the Pratihar temples. As far the decorative motifs are concerned, the traditional Gupta pattern continues. The Ghat Pallo, lotus band, scrolls, floral designs, and Kirtimukhas appear frequently. On the mandap pillars, some motifs are used which are unknown to Gupta age but frequently found in Pratihar monuments. The Ardha Padma or quartered lotus and the Ghat Pallo motifs are usually carved on pillars. These are the two pillars. This is from Kalanjar, 6th, 7th century, and this is another one is Mahabodhi temple. These depicts Kirtimukh and Padma and Ardha Padma decoration. The temples of the Pratihar period usually have a simple and low Jagti composed of one or two bhittis. In certain temples, rudimentary Jadikumb or Padma peach carved with lotus petals is provided above Jagti. The Jangha is decorated with a single band of sculptures crowned by a tall Udgam on the Bhadras and Ghat Pallo pilasters on the Ubhadras, and the Karnas are carved either with Ghat Pallo pilasters or niches with pediment above. 3 sakhas doorway door decorated with Nag Sakha, an identical feature. Above doorway are Kapili Suknas is attached with Shikhar. This is Chaturbha temple from Gwalior Fort, and it's a pillar which has Ghat Pallo base. Below is Kumbhika, molded Kumbhika, then Ghat Pallo base. Then this is Bhadrak type of pillar, and above is ribbed sheets and Kumar sheets. Later on, the Karn Rathika becomes more ornamented and are occupied by the Ashtadikpalas. The upper part of the Jangha is generally decorated with row of Ghantmala. In more developed temples, the Jangha is Pancharath or Saptarath, embellished with mainly of 2 or 3 bands of sculptures. The Bhadras have only a large projecting sculpture niche crowned by tall and elaborately carved Uttam pediments, while the projections of the Karna with Dikpalas and Kapili with other gods have smaller niches surmounted by Udgamas. The Pratibhadras, the Anubhadras and the Salilantras has Sundaris, Mithunas and Vyal figures below, and the smaller row presents Vidyadharas, Avtaras and other gods. Most of the temples built during the 7th to 9th century in central India do not have decorated ceilings, but some of the temples have Samtal Vitan embellished with a full-blown lotus decorated with 2 circles of lotus petals in the same archaic form as in the Gupta period. This is from Chaturbhuj Temple, a decorated full-blown lotus, ceiling of mandap of the Chaturbhuj Temple of Gwalior, and the corners are decorated with the Kirtimukh. Some advancement in the form and motifs is shown on the ceilings decorated with in the Mukh Mandap, Mukh Chatuski, Gud Mandap and Antaral of the Mala Devi Temple at Dharasuram. This district Vidisha representing rectangular ceilings of some chipped variety decorated with lotus petals, Tanturika and Gaztalu motifs, a new feature in central India. Here Gaztalus are depicted in the form of a simple pole without depth, showing its primitive character. In elevation, evolved temples of central India have a prasad peeth on a jagti decorated with ornamental moldings. The Vediband, the Jangha, the Varandika, the Shikhar, the doorway, the Suknasika above Kapili and the ceilings and roofs above Mukhmandap, Mandap and Mahamandap are other principal elements elevated from base to the top that developed in the developed temples and are highly decorated. Most of the developed temples of medieval period have a high prasad peeth composed of 1, 2 or 3 ornamental vittas surmounted by a series of decorated moldings like Yadikumbh, Karnika, Antarpat, Graspatti, Gajthar, Aswathar, Narthar and Hansthar, etc. The Vedivan generally consists of Khur, Kumbh, Kalash, Antarpat and Kapot moldings. Occasionally, Kalash is replaced by ornate tullines on the Bhadras. In some temples, sculptured niches decorated with Udgam pediments are carved covering Kumbh. Some of the temples stand direct on the Vedivan, while certain larger temples rise from an ornate peeth surmounted by standard Vedivans. From about the mid of the 9th century, a multi-spire Anekandak Shikhar temple evolved, and the Shikhar attached with many miniature Shikharas, Sangas, Utsangas, Jang-Sangas, Tavangas like in Khajuraho temples is called Nagar Shekhari, while the Karvelian Ekandak Shikhar, Rekha Shikhar of a single spire is termed as Lating in the North Indian text of 11th century. Nagar Shekhari, this is
Professor Amar Singh. Professor Amar Singh, you have 5 minutes more.
After the 9th century, the temples of central India are adorned with Samtal, Chipt, Utchipt and Misrak varieties of vitanas as classified and described in Samrangar Sudra, Virupaksha and Prasad Mandan. At Khajuraho, the earliest temples, Brahma and Varaha belonging to the first quarter of the 10th century are decorated with Samtal Vitan decorated with Padmashila. This is Padmashila, Vitan, Varaha temple. Another form of ceilings are embellished with circular chip Vitan of Nabichandara decorated with boldly carved designs of gold courses in the Mukh Mandap, Mandap, Rang Mandap and Sanctum of Khajuraho temples. These ceilings are composed of 4 circles within a square frame. The innermost circle is decorated with a pole of 5 ribs projecting a Padma Kesar in the center. Other 3 circles are carved with 4 courses separated by a splane of decorated Valika. On other each corner of the square elaborately made kirtimukh and scrolls are carved. The decoration of smaller kirtimukhas at the junction of the two kolas is also noteworthy. These are the figures, these are the kolas and circles. This is square ceiling, example of chipped, uchchipt, projecting and projecting above. Apna Vichandar, Pasna Temple, Khajuraho. The Sabha Mandap of the Sasbo Temple at Gwalior Fort is represented with Karotak Vitan of Sabha Marg. Its circular ceiling on outer side is embellished with 3 series of Karnadarikas and 5 circles of Gashtal courses separated by 2 or 3 valikas, which are decorated with scrolls and Maniband. Square Navichan Vitan is in the center is composed of Karnadarika, Valika, Gashtal courses, plain Patika and 3 pole courses. This is from Sasbo Temple, Gwalior Fort, Mandap ceiling of Karotak type. In Pratihar temples such as in the Gadarmal Temple at Badoh, the Chaturved Temple of Gwalior Fort and the Mala Devi Temple at Dharasuram, the pillars of the Mukh Mandap are usually Vartakar or Bhadrak. Vartakar pillars are adorned with either 12 or 16 sided, and Bhadrak pillars are projected on each side. The base is supported by Ghat Pallo, above molded Kumbhika, while a Ghat Pallo capital is surmounted by a bracket bearing Bhadputra Taj. The architraves are generally plain, but in some cases these are decorated with scrolls. Later on, during 10th century onwards, some advancement is made in the form and ornamentation, and the Bhadrak type pillars showing a projection on each side, and the soft is erected on a molded kumbhika decorated with sculptured niches above, a Ghat Pallo, and the base and capital surmounted by highly ornamented tarang brackets and a square ribbed capital and Kumar seas. A Karotak of
Professor, you can hear me now? Please conclude, sir.
Yes, concluding. This is Bhadrak type of very highly decorated pillars, and these are the door frames and some descriptions of the door frames, but due to lack of time, I'm unable to do all the things. Now, thus in the temples of central India, the ornamentation is mostly used for the beautification of empty spaces. Some of the decorative motifs are symbolic and also have religious and ritualistic significance. Other motifs are secular in character. Later on, in due course of time, these motifs became conventional patterns during the medieval period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for the exhaustive talk, and thank you for accepting our request and making the presentation. Thank you so much. We have the last presentation of the day by J. Ramanan. He is a practicing architect for the last 45 years. He's got publications on Srirangam Temple, Tirumala, Tirupati, and now he's presently is doing a book on Srirangam temples. Mr. Ramanan, please.
Good evening to all of you. I thank ASI and Madam for giving me this opportunity. And I'm going to start this talk. Of course, I have a video presentation also in a very informal way. I'm also a trained mountaineer. For the past 45 years, we have been climbing in the Himalaya. And my interest in temple architecture started when I visited Kailash. It was 2008, and 8 of us visited Kailash. We had special permission from Chinese government to do the 2 inner parikrama. Many of you would have done the outer parikrama. We have done one inner parikrama called Kandro Sangalam Pass and another parikrama called Nandi Pass. This involves a lot of climbing. It involves rope fixing and all that. Then when I visited Kailash and then had a close look at Kailash mountain, I was stunned because as architects we derive inspiration from nature, like Frank Lloyd Wright. When I saw this shape of the mountain, it was like this. It was not a sharp thing. It was a gradual, like a nuclear reactor. Then it had two lakes, Manasarovar and Rakshastal. And this shape as nuclear reactor, it receives the cosmic energy and then it stores Garbhagraha, where the creation takes place, and the excess energy is diverted back to the earth. You see the connection. You have the pyramid, Garbhagraha, then the excess energy going into the two lakes. So somehow man must have seen this peak, and then he would have seen the shape of the mountain like a stepped pyramid, and then the Garbhagraha, and the two lakes, which are basically inverted pyramid, like a temple tank. So this is a kind of a beginning. Man would have seen this beautiful mountain, Kailash, and as archaeologists, you must be surprised to know that Mount Meru is supposed to be Kailash. In fact, some 100 years ago, when there was a talk that a mountain had descended on earth, which was called Meru, and it had 4 rivers starting from the bottom of the peak, Sutlej, then Indus, Brahmaputra, and Karnali. There were 3 candidates. One was Machu Picchu and Kailash, and the third was Fuji. But Kailash was finally determined, this is Meru. That is why you find in most of the temples, including Kailasanatha Temple, including Brihadishwara, you have Mount Meru in that. So with that, I'll start. I'm going to kind of spin a kind of a story how Kailash and the temple architecture evolved. Because I saw so many of you talking about the concept, the philosophies and all that, but the spark, how it must have all started. Can I have this show, please? I'm going to talk about the temple development, temple architecture, especially in Tamil Nadu. So in Tamil Nadu, long back, there were no temples. There were only family deities. There were only, Ishta Devata, Kaval Devata, Yella Devata, and then most of the family members, ancient members, were the deities. Should I use this? How do I use this? Green one. Can you just show me? Oh, that one. Then we have the ancestors and Shangali Karuppan, then you have Pacha Karuppan, all these family deities, and these were the kind of devatas in Tamil Nadu. In ancient days, they were worshipping. This one is supposed to be, there were also Patni Devams, that is like Kannagi. There was Patni and Udankatte Erudal abdin solluvaanga. That means when a king dies, the queen also dies along with that. So there were also Patnis. Then most of you know that the entire Deccan had Jains and the Buddhists. So we have lot of Jain inscriptions, Jain temples, Jain padukais, then Jain carvings in entire Tamil Nadu. And this is from Kalugumalai. There was a Jain university itself. So during the Sangam period in Tamil Nadu, most of the deities, village deities, and then there was also Shiva, Thirumal, and Korkai. But there were not huge temples, there were only small temples. And the Jain till the Kalabara period, the Jains were the main people in Tamil Nadu. Again, Jain carvings, this is from Madurai. There's a place called Samanar Malai in Madurai, and Parshvanath, Mahavir, and all these sculptures you can see there. Of course, this is the third time you are seeing in the same seminar. This is Mandakapata, where Mahendravarman, he was the first king who said, all these years people were building temples, but I am going to build a temple which is going to long last till the humanity lasts. So that is where the Mandakapattu temple, rock cut temple started taking place. This is the first step from the village to rock cut architecture. Then this is from Trichy, again Mahendravarman. And those days, most of these kings, we have to see the temple architecture from a comprehensive point of view. That is, geologically, you will have to see, politically, you have to see it religiously. So those days, most of the kings, they compared themselves with God. Like even today, politicians, they do that. They build huge temples and they use it for political purpose. So Mahendravarman used to compare himself with Shiva, and so also the so many other kings. Even in Chalukya kings, they used to call themselves as avatar of Vishnu. So once from the village deities, then to rock cut temples, then when the big emperors, when they came into power, they started building temples because of their own, probably they had bhakti, but along with the bhakti, they also wanted to show that they are powerful. Because if you say Brihadishwara Temple, you see the image of Rajaraja Chola. So the emperors were projecting themselves that they are the kings of this universe. Like in every cave temple, you will see Krishna holding the Govardhanagiri, and they are protecting the people. So the kings themselves used to project themselves as Krishna, protecting the people. Here you could see Shiva, and this is another rock cut temple, Mahendravarman from Tiruchirappalli. Here you can see the Hindu rock cut structure. So this is Mahabalipuram, again by Narasimha Pallavan. After he, Chalukya emperor, after defeating him, that is Pulikeshin II, this was the kind of a victory arc or structure he built. And Mahabalipuram those days was the place where they experimented temple architecture. All these things they've already explained. And the last one was the Dharmaraja's excavation or whatever rock cut structure, which was followed later by other kings. Again, Shore Temple by Mahendravarman II, Rajasimhan. The Vimana, all those things were experimented, and then they finalized on this. Again, this is Kailasanatha Temple. Now you see the connection between the temple of this temple and Kailasa peak. So all these emperors must have somehow seen Kailash. In fact, I have tomorrow's program. She is going to show some pictures of Kailash and the temple architecture and the shape of the temple itself. The Kailasanatha Temple were superb sculptures of Shiva, and the emperor Rajasimhan, he used to say he is the lover of music, he is the lover of art, he is the lover of endless desires. So he assumes himself as Shiva. The same Kailasanatha Temple, you can see the beauty of the sculpture, the shape of the temple, the Vimana, everything, the perfection. And most of you know that when Vikramaditya II of Chalukya Empire, when he came to Kanjipuram, he wanted to completely destroy Kanjipuram, but as a revenge. But when he saw Kailasanatha Temple, he was stunned. He said, he told all his generals, stop destroying these temples. And he donated so much of wealth to this temple, and then he went back praising this. So that shows the magnanimity of our emperors. And I am always pained by Bollywood and Hollywood showing our emperors as jokers, and our emperors were so great. And it is the duty of people like me. I am a commoner, I am an architect. I wanted to project. We are coming out, we have formed a kind of a base, what we call as architect social responsibility, like CSR, we call it ASR. And personally, I have kept 50 lakhs for this purpose, and we have already come out with 3 books. And our next book will be Temple Architecture of Tamil Nadu, especially Tamil Nadu, which will reach the architectural students, because till now, 50 years ago when I did architecture, it was Bannister Fletcher or Percy Brown. Even today, it is the same thing. Why our own architectural elements are not taught in our college? Because we don't have books with a lot of sketches. So that is what we are attempting. We are attempting our next book with a lot of sketches and photographs. Vaikuntha Peramal Kovil. And the entire history of the Pallava is on the panels. This is by Nandivarman Pallava Malla, 1200 years old. He is supposed to have come from Cambodia. This is the Vettuvanar Kovil from Kalugumalai. They call it the Ajanta of South. Ellora, Ajanta, Ellora of South. This is another temple built by Aditya Karikala, Aditya I. It's called Kurangumalai, Kuranganatha Swami, in the banks of Kaveri Temple, Kaveri River. Some of the carvings in Kuranganatha Temple. This is the prototype for Brihadishwara Temple. This is built by a Muthrayar king during Vijayalaya Chola period. You can see the Vimana, you can see the typical feature of Chola architecture. These are all early Chola architecture. Of course, the pinnacle of Chola architecture is Brihadishwara Temple. There you can see the shape of Kailasha, right in the middle. So if you represent a snow-capped peak, normally you will see a sharp pyramid, but you see the shape, that's the exact shape of Kailash. So that means during the Chola period, somebody had gone to Kailash and seen and exactly reproduced it. Again, Brihadishwara Temple with inscription. This is Gangaikonda Cholapuram by his son Rajendra. We are also coming out with a lot of sketches, handmade sketches, computer developed sketches, and also wherever it is not possible to recreate the historical events like war, we have made sketches.
Sir, you have 2 minutes more.
2 minutes? Yeah, it's almost over. Shore Temple, this Kailasanatha Temple, then Kailasanatha Temple. Mover Temple, Kuranganatha Temple, Vijayalaya Cholishwaram, Brihadishwara Temple. Some of the friezes and niches, all this will appear in our book. Arches. This is some of the scenes we are recreating. This is the previous one was the war scene. This is Kaveri Pumpattinam, where It was a great harbor where a lot of Greek and merchants, they were trading. This is how those temples could have been carved, and this is called Avani Bhajan Palleshwaram, a period of from Mahendravarman to Vijayanagara addition took place here. How Vijayalaya Choleshwaram would have been built, how the kings would have come and supervised the work, and exactly 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
So much, Mr. Ramanan. Excellent talk. With this, we come to the end of the day, end of the session, second session. If you have any question with specific reference to Vishaka, people can ask.
I am Professor Rajavelu from Karaikudi University. I am posing the questions to Ramanan. It's an excellent paper, but he has done some mistakes also. The author of the Shore Temple is not Mahendravarman II. That is Narasimhavarman II, Rajasimha. They are both Kailasanatha and the Shore Temple. Then we don't have any sculptural representation of Rajaraja in the Pradeshwara Temple. We don't have any sculptural representation of Rajaraja. We have the bronze image brought from Gujarat. Now it is placed in the temple itself. That we have some painting, that is whether it is Karur Vedava or Rajaraja. The debates are there. Then some other authorship also, some mistakes are there. You correct it.
Inner block, it is advantages, it is sturdy, but disadvantage is that is if the tree goes inside, it puts down. But in single core, that is not happening. But in most of the temples, we cannot take together because here we are having less rain. So most of the temples here in Gadak area is survived because of not much rain. So this is very important documentation which Archaeological Survey should take it now. They should prepare an index at least for area wise and also the chronology wise and also the region wise. That will be good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, we reconstructed 3 temples. What I showed was only a sample of one because of the 20-minute constraint. But there are sections that we have drawn, and as you are saying, there is an inner core and outer core. So there are a lot of temples which has 2 layers of masonry, the outer and the inner. And also what I didn't manage to show you is lot of foundation detail. So we really, I have gone through a lot of books to see the sections of temples which are missing. So yes, we have drawn the sections for the temples as well as lot of foundation details, joinery details, where the causes of failure were. We have studied a lot through this project. It's just that I haven't managed to show it today.
For scientific conservation, We don't, the text have come only later. Earlier temples are earlier.
Yes, sir.
Silpa
Yes, sir.
text only, there is written what was there.
Right, sir.
So we cannot go out of text. So you have to, that is physically do it and make an index. That's
so
a
here we
suggestion
have,
to make.
yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, did you take any assistance of the practicing sculptors so that it is very easy to identify the moldings and in which place it comes, the nomenclature, etc. Very easy, it saves your time and money.
Sir, if I get a chance, I will really show you a detailed work.
Okay, no.
All the temples that we saw on the site, all 26 temples, follow a very specific pattern. So what I was showing,
Good.
right from the stone ornamentation, you can find out where that is situated in the temple.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
It is very interesting because as an architect, I never understood the temple, but with Ashapuri, and looking at the ruins, and there were 10,000 ruins. So we could manage to segregate all ruins for 26 temple and work out the feasibility of what can be reconstructed, how much they can be reconstructed, and what cannot be reconstructed.
Like K.K. Muhammad's Bhatteshwar.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
Last question.
With regard to, please, Vishaka's this one. In Bhumija, you have shown only 3 types. Actually, we get only 3 types, that is square and circular as well as octagonal. It is very quite interesting, but we don't have the ayatana, that is the chaturasra or the ayatasra. But whereas in South Indian or Dakshinatya temples, we have 5 types of ground plans, that is Vritta, Chaturasra, Chatura, and Ayata, and then Gajaprishta, and Ayatasra, Dirgha Ayatasra, that is having a elliptical this one. Even Gajaprishta is also there. That is one difference. And another interesting feature is that both Bhumija as well as the Latina types have percolated down south in Karnataka. That is right from Patatkal also we have a few examples. And even the Halebedu temple, Belur temple is supposed to be a Bhumija one. That's an additional information. And with regard to this one, Dr. Sundaras, this one, there was some, this one. I would just like to clarify. Actually, the Parameshwara temple which I have shown is found at Konnur. That is the earliest temple having the stellar plan. Whereas the Dambala temple, that is the Dodbasveshwara temple at Dambala, the circular plan has been achieved by placing a series of squares. That's why we have the projecting ends ending with stellar plan. So that was the confusion and some discussions were there. Yeah. Squares, exactly. Yeah. They create this one. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We had very interesting 5 papers. We had a long day. It's 7:15 now. ASI officials have some more, program. I would request the other delegates, bus is ready, and you can carry on, and dinner is arranged in the respective hotels. Before you go, again, we repeat the announcement. Dr. Sri Lakshmi's purse and other ATM cards and all misplaced. If please check your bags. Somebody in the crowd it has misplaced. Kindly check your bags, and if you found, please return it. Thank you. What time?